On this day.
In 1946, the Reverend, was he actually a Reverend? The
Yes.
Reverend Al Green was born.
Al had some difficulties before he was the Reverend Al Green. Had a few difficulties with women and law breaking and stuff like that. And
I don't know. Sounds like we're heading into
oh yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
And then Al decided that, and I think his wife had a lot to do with the decision.
I think his wife looked him in the eye and said, "Y'all need Jesus."
Well, if you don't get Jesus, you don't get me. And
if you want to stay together,
there you go.
Huh?
And he turned himself around, and he became a reverend and has walked straight and narrow ever since. And you know what? It didn't harm his talent a bit.
Well, why would it?
Well, because usually the only way you can be a creative artist, a singer, a poet, a writer, is if you can be a drunken lout that breaks the law and skirts convention, and that's the only way you can be creative. Everybody knows that. You have to do drugs to be creative.
That's the only way?
And you have to be dirty to be funny.
Exactly.
That's the only way.
You have to use as many foul curse words as you possibly can in your comedy stand-up routine, or no one will laugh. That's what the devil would have you believe.
Although Andrew wants us to start a list here. He says Satan has much better music than God. So that means that we'd have to do a list on each side, and boy, that's.
And you know, I do have a T-shirt that I dearly love that says on it, "Keep music evil."
As a fan and proponent of evil music, I would also have to say that there's quite a few good God songs.
Now, the
About
song
God, yes.
About God.
Immediately, I think of the song "Hallelujah," which everyone thinks is a God song, and it is not a God song.
Not a bit.
At all.
But, one of the best shows I've ever seen was the Gospel Brunch at the House of Blues. I've seen it a couple of times, and I maintain that if you ever get a chance to go, God-fearing or not, it's one of the best shows that you'll see.
But you know why that is, Carrie.
Why?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand it is a great show. But the reason it's a really great show, brunch.
Well, there was that.
There's the gospel music, sure.
But they get you up on your feet and clapping your hands, and
Well, when the brunch is done, I assume, because you don't want to interrupt.
After you eat, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You got to eat.
Yeah, you don't want to interrupt the brunch. See, that's what religion tries to do a lot, bribe you with food.
They have all the good comfort food, too. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh, Steph says Aretha's Amazing Grace album. That's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hey, see, here
There's arguments on both sides.
But then,
be pro-God music here. And this is...
No, but then Bob Dylan tried to do a record of, praising God and all of that stuff, and it's terrible. So.
Well.
Stay in your lane, Bob. That's what that's all about.
That was the problem, is that he,
He said, I'm going to take a side road here from...
No, stay in your lane.
Yeah, didn't work out too well. So. Oh, Al Green. So Al is he's still alive, yeah?
Still with us.
And how old is he? When was he?
Was it 75?
I got out of the page because I thought we had moved on.
He's not as old as I thought he was.
Yeah, he's 75. I would have
75.
thought he was in his 80s.
I would have thought he'd been 80-something by now. But
and is he still performing? Does it say?
I don't know.
I'm scrolling.
Reverend Al Green. If you're on Wikipedia, it usually says in that little bar on the side. Years performing. 1950-something.
I'm on the
present.
assault charges section.
Oh, yeah. The When I Got Jesus section. Oh. Good morning.
Years active, it says till present.
Yeah.
I don't know how active, what he's doing to be active. But
Pick up the phone and you call him, and he'll sing a few bars to you over the phone.
He's got a cameo. You can for $75, Al Green will tell you happy birthday.
Will he?
I don't know.
Probably.
Oh,
I was
find
just
out, because
guessing.
I would love
You want me
Al
to
Green
look?
to wish me happy
Let
birthday.
me look.
That would be so awesome.
I'm telling you, we ought to set up a Radio from Hell cameo. I've been thinking
No,
about that.
I don't
No.
want it.
Wait, listen, hear me out. We set it up. Radio from Hell will, either individually or together for whatever set price it is, do just about anything. Wish you a happy birthday, prank call somebody, depending on whatever you need. But we do it for charity, you see. It's not money that goes into our pockets. Every time you use Radio from Hell, you can't call it Cameo because they'll sue us. But the Radio from Hell service, then the money goes to charity.
He's not on Cameo. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
You want us to do a phone message for you. You want us to call and yell at your ex. We'll do it. Whatever you want, we'll do it for a price, which goes to a charity that we. Now, wouldn't that work out nicely?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how we do it, but
Well,
at least we for somebody else to
you
figure
set
it
up a
out.
charity, and then you have if you do have a phone, yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think there's a way to do it.
But so Al Green isn't on here, but for $129, Lisa Loeb will wish you a happy birthday.
I'm okay.
It's
No?
Carrie, she'll do it for what was it, 120? It's 130, and she'll wear her glasses while she does it.
Well, I would insist.
I know.
What's the point?
$10 more. I always thought she was kind of cute.
She is cute.
Yeah. What was her hit song?
Stay.
I can't hear it in my head. I just can't. I still can't hear it in my head. Does it sound anything like that, Carrie? Carrie?
I see where she's headed.
Yeah.
I can see where she's headed. She's trying
if I
to
had
take
my
that-
way, I knew where she'd be headed.
She's trying to take that road, but she's.
Yeah. Gina,
Hang on.
this is not helping. Any chance I might have had hearing that song on my own has now been ruined.
Here.
There. This was her hit?
This was the hit.
Lisa Loeb. Let's see.
See if you.
You say
That's what
Oh,
I
now I
said.
remember.
Yeah.
I only
Yeah. No, that's not what you were doing.
That's exactly what I was doing.
If you see, we have the Radio from Hell cameo, and if you'd like, you can call up Gina and suggest a song, and she'll sing it to you.
For $149, you can get Taylor Dane.
Telling you, people are making money doing this. People are making money.
Hi,
Doing
Gina.
it.
This
Carrera.
is Taylor. Hi, Gina. This is Taylor Dane. I'm here to tell it to your happy birthday.
Yeah.
There you go.
And don't smoke.
There you go.
Tia Carrera, just a mere $75 for Tia Carrera.
How about this? For charity, I will impersonate any celebrity.
Well, sure.
Wish you happy
anything.
birthday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you need
anything.
me to Lisa Loeb, I'll get the glasses and
It doesn't have to be video. It can just be audio. There's a way to do this. I've been thinking about it.
Hi, Gina. This is Dolly Parton. Thanks for taking my Moderna vaccine, and happy birthday.
Carrie, if you're going to use that voice for all of them, you have to say at the end, and kids, don't smoke. I just love the smoking celebrity voice.
Vaccine, 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 vaccine.
That see,
Hurts my throat.
that's Jolene, but
Yeah.
he's saying vaccine, and
Yeah.
I recognize that song when Carrie does it. Gina.
I don't know what you're talking about. Melissa Manchester, only $45. Melissa Manchester will call you and wish you a happy birthday.
The celebrities who do this, by the way, they set their own price.
Yeah.
And I know, I've heard Penn Jillette talk about it. He makes fairly good money doing it,
A lot of them do.
and he likes it.
But yeah, they set their price, and there are a lot of female celebrities who've set their price really high. The celebrities also do research before they agree to wish somebody a happy birthday.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I think you could get
'Cause-
tricked into doing something
Because apparently some of the people that they're being tricked into doing happy birthdays for are like serial killers and
Yeah.
things like that. So it has become important for the celebrity to research the person that they're
This is the
speaking
Reverend
to.
Al Green wishing John Wayne Gacy a very happy
Exactly.
birthday.
Exactly.
No, that wouldn't be good.
All right, that's enough. I'd say farting around.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Good morning, Stinkor.
There you go. Stinkor, the official mascot of Farting Around. Okay, 614. Let's get this over with. 877-602-9696. Call and check in.
Yeah, check in with the Radio from Hell show. Just to say hi. Say, how's it going? What are you doing? We'd like to know what you're doing. And we'll tell you what we're doing. If you really want to know, you can ask us. You can ask us anything. You can say hello. Let us know. How's the wind in your neighborhood? It was very windy here for a while, but just listening, it sounds like it's died down. So I don't, is it still really windy some places? Whatever you
power
wanna,
out.
Yeah, in Weber County, I know there's power out.
Research Park, it's very windy, apparently.
Yeah, somebody said tie down your trampolines.
Yeah.
So 877-602-9696. Anything you want to say? You want to say hello to us? We'll say hello back. That's how it works.
All right. Zero Res. Go to your search engine, whichever you prefer, and just type in Zero Res, and the location near you will come up.
You know, I used to think that all those carpet cleaners were the same. You know,
No.
steaming mad at dirt. You know, that kind of.
no.
But Zero Res, they are really, really different. They don't use detergents or chemicals.
Yeah, and they have a patented system that pulls most of the water out of your carpet before they leave. They're not going to leave you with soaking wet carpets. They dry really fast.
Yeah, because there are no chemicals. And like if there are chemicals and detergents, it leaves your carpet kind of crusty. That doesn't happen with Zero Res. I know Gina has them in all the time. You can do the same thing. Call Zero Res. They'll do $33 per room. That's I'm trying to see just $33 per room. Minimums apply, but no maximums. So call Zero Res today, 801-2880, or Google Zero Res.
That's the music that tells us this is time for Best Question of the Week, and it's a feature that you don't use often enough. This is an opportunity to ask us any question. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put Best Question in the subject line. Send it to us. Maybe we will read your question on the air and answer it, like this one right here.
I can't think of anything.
All right.
I can't think of anything.
So this question comes from a loyal listener. It says, how did you all meet Dave the Flower Guy? He sounds like a great person, and was wondering how you all were lucky enough to meet him.
Well, I think Dave, back in the day, we had a...
Well, it seems to me like you brought us into the orbit. You met him and brought him in, didn't you?
Well, I think, yeah, but...
It's been so long.
He was there, so we had the coffee shop, and our back when we were doing our show from the radio station was located at Trolley Corners, and there was a coffee shop there for a while called Airwaves, and there was a glass window, and you could look in from the coffee shop and see us do our show, which was kind of an interesting concept and technique.
I thought that was a great idea for people to come in, get their coffee, and watch the show. And
so I guess Dave was a listener, and he's around the downtown area all the time, and he started coming in and watching the show through the glass. And at some point I went out, and every once in a while we'd go out into the coffee shop and interview people for the show, or sometimes I'd just go out and chat with people. And so I went out there and I started talking to Dave, and he was interesting, but I don't remember if I guess maybe I invited him into the studio and just talked to him a little bit here and there. And then I don't remember how he started.
Well, we were always trying to figure out the best way to do Boner of the Week.
Yeah.
Because we talked about doing it, but we're like, is it just voting again? What do we do? And then I can't remember whose idea it was. It was like, how about just someone, you know, totally unbiased, just one person will decide Boner of the Week.
And we knew that Dave listened to the show that intently, that he knew all of them. I think that's what surprised us too, that he knew all the Boner candidates all the time.
Yeah.
So that's how. But then, you know, we've had further adventures with Dave, I guess.
You know what
there
I
was
just
a
pulled
guy.
up?
There was a guy who was going to make a documentary film about Dave, who came to town. I think it was a local Salt Lake guy who lives in New York, and he came and filmed a bunch of stuff with me and Dave, and he was gonna, and he never has finished that movie, I think. But
May I read this
Yes.
from the City Weekly in 2006?
okay.
Best Utah,
Well, that's right.
Dave Matson.
Yeah.
Since X96's Radio from Hell campaigned to have their listeners vote for Dave Matson, pictured above, second from the left, as Best Utah, we asked the show's Bill Allred to give us some background on their candidate.
Huh.
We first met Dave when he started coming into the coffee shop, and it used to be here at the studio. He'd come in with his flower wagon and have something to eat and watch the show through the glass while listening on a headset or radio. Then he'd head out to mow lawns at various businesses in the area. We learned that Dave is in his 40s. This was a while ago. And he grew up with cerebral palsy. We also found out what a remarkable human being Dave is. He doesn't let his disability get him down. We admire Dave's self-sufficiently, his sense of humor, and his spirit. Radio from Hell is proud to call Dave Matson our friend. And friends of the program, this is back in 2006, voted for Dave Matson as Best Utah. Here's who lost to Dave Matson.
Okay.
Second place, Rocky Anderson. Third place, John Huntsman Jr.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Dave Matson, Dave the flower guy.
Yeah.
And thanks to you, friends of the program, because you did that. We didn't do that. You had to vote for him. And you are coming through right now, helping Dave out. We have a GoFundMe happening. That you probably heard us talk about it, but worth mentioning again that
Because Dave's mother died.
Yeah.
And he is now, and Dave is in his mid to late 50s now, and he's all alone. He has nobody else, at least here in town. So the GoFundMe, if you just go to x96.com, Katie got that up on x96.com, so you can, and it's raised a lot of money so far, but he's going to need more, and we'll figure out a way. We're not just going to like give Dave a bucket of money and say,
Good luck.
see ya. I think we'll figure out a way to make sure that he gets it in ways that will help him the most, and let somebody kind of take care of it.
The link to the GoFundMe is at x96.com, as you said, and it's also on all of our social medias. So you can go there and find it. And use the links that we have provided. Don't just go there and search, because there are other Dave Matson GoFundMes, and we need you to make sure you go to the one that Katie put together.
Yeah, if my name is not on it as the creator, you're at the wrong place.
But if you just go to the links that we've provided, you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly.
Takes you right there.
All right,
And,
so like that.
Yeah, we'll have Dave, and we'll have Dave on. Dave's going to be on the show later today
9:45.
to select Boner of the Week.
It's best question of the week. Send them to us, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. We may read yours next Friday.
.622. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, you don't want to miss a minute of this. Tell your smart speaker. I guess nobody really wants to check in with the Radio from Hell show. We put it out there. We put the phone number out there. We just laid it out there for folks. 877-602-9696. Is the concept not quite formed enough?
Maybe they desperately want to talk to us, but they're trapped under something heavy.
That's what I've always.
Could be. It could be, or maybe they keep saying to themselves, "I'll call them as soon as I find my hat."
Here's the sound of them being trapped under something heavy.
Hello.
There they are. They're just right under there.
So I don't think we'll ask for people to call us anymore. If nobody calls us now,
Well,
then we
it's
just
going to
won't.
be it's going to be difficult. We have an X poll coming up, so.
Well, I mean in check-ins.
No, okay.
Just in check-ins, because nobody's. Hello. See?
There they are. They're right there.
Look, I hope you find your hat soon. As soon as you get out from under that. Hello. Yeah, I know. 877-602-9696, but that's the last time I'm asking for a check-in. Shall we, Gina?
Everyone, you need to know that Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
The moon is on its way to full, but it's just going to be a little tiny sliver. It's only 1.9% of full. The moon will rise today at 7:50 a.m., today being Tuesday, I believe, isn't it? It's the 13th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021, day 390 of us broadcasting from our homes remotely. Katie is in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, where we all used to hang out. Now each one of us are in our respective homes. Yeah, that's what we do now. This is the award-winning, multi-platinum Radio from Hell show.
Wow.
Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short there in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. I assume we have Miriam and Skip helping out as well. And you can see us, remember, at x96.com/live. It is International Plant Appreciation Day.
Ooh.
It's Scrabble Day. And it is National Peach Cobbler Day.
A warm peach cobbler is
Why would it-
with a little scoop of ice cream.
Why would it
Vanilla
be
ice
Peach
cream,
Cobbler Day today, though? Because the peaches, they haven't come on yet, have they? The peaches is still too early for
think.
peaches. Yeah.
That's a stone fruit. Your stone fruits aren't right now, are they?
No, it seems weird, doesn't it?
Big Peach didn't have enough money to lobby Congress to make it during the season.
The largest
No.
peach cobbler ever made was baked in Georgia at the Georgia Peach Festival in 2007. It measured 11 feet by 5 feet and 8 inches deep. That's a big cobbler. So
That's a big cobbler.
it sure is.
Here it is. The Georgia Peach Festival created National Peach Cobbler Day in the 50s, not to promote fresh peaches, to promote the canned peaches.
So use your canned peaches in the cobbler.
Yeah, so it's a marketing thing, just like
So it
the-
should be
Oh, so
it should be
it's big-
canned
it's-
peach cobbler day.
It's big canned peaches then
Yeah.
that lobbied Congress.
So we
not-
should be a little more upfront about it and say it's canned peach cobbler day. All right. So-
Jason from Cincinnati says he found his hat, and he's checking in via text at
Oh, good.
33986.
We've got a couple of people on the line. We
All
have-
right.
Let's go to Whitney. Hi, Whitney.
Hi, Whitney.
Hi, guys.
Whitney, is it windy where you are?
A little bit windy. I'm driving to the gym.
Oh, good for you. You're very. I'm proud of you for doing that. Thanks for checking in with us.
Friend distracted me. Hey, I have a really quick. I want to get an opinion, and I'm going to be
Okay.
as quick as I can because I know you guys don't have a lot of time. I dropped my AirPods in the parking lot of my apartment building about 2 weeks ago. It was in a cute little strawberry case. I came out when I realized they were gone, and I came out and half of the case was on the ground, half was in the dumpster. I was so dumb because I'm constantly getting things stolen from around my apartment. So I bought new ones. And then yesterday, I'm walking into my apartment building, and there's a note that says, if you dropped your AirPod, because I had one in my ear, so if you drop your AirPod in a case and can tell me what fruit it was in, I'll give it back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
But don't you think the guy who picked it up was the one who cast aside my darling case?
I don't know. Not
Maybe.
necessarily.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Hard to
It's
say.
hard to say. I just describe it, and you're you laid out a little bit of money, but you've got some duplicates now. When you make another stupid move like you did,
you've got your emergency backup pods.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume something bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking, well, did he realize they were kind of useless because there was only one?
Yeah. Disinfect it. I'd say that before you insert it into your ear canal, disinfect it.
That's a good idea anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, Whitney.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's go to Emily. Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, Emily. Is it windy where you are?
Very. It
Yeah.
flew over all of our garbages and recycling bins down my street.
Well, can I just advise you then to please hang on to your hat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. What have you got for us?
All right. Just on my way to work, I was running late today and then heard that nobody was checking in with you, so I figured I'd call.
Well, thank you. It's now I don't feel so lonely. Thank you.
These are pity
Emily.
calls,
Yeah.
is what these are.
Hey,
Well,
listen,
I love you guys.
I grew up
I've
on
always
pity.
listened and-
I grew up on pity calls.
Well, I love you guys, and I've always listened, and this is my first time calling, but...
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, we love
Yeah.
you too. Thanks, Emily.
You're welcome, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel with all this COVID. I've got my
Yes.
second vaccine coming up tomorrow, so...
Oh, good.
Congratulations.
Good for you. See you
Get
later.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
All right. Our next caller's name is Anonymous, so I'm hesitant because we're out of time anyway.
All right. Well, quickly,
So,
what can we do for you, Anonymous?
Hello?
Hello. Oh,
Are you there, Bill?
yeah.
Okay, I'm just calling to say hello to you three lovely, lovely people that I've
I know who
listened to
this
for
is.
decades. You do? Okay. Anyway, I wondered if, Bill, if you have ever been to my grandpa's store. It was at the mouth of Weber Canyon, maybe going up there, or to Salt Lake. You stopped there before.
What
I
was
don't know
the
if you're-
store?
Kendall Service Station at the mouth of Weber Canyon.
No, can't say
You've
that
never
I have.
been. Okay, I bet you've been to Taggart's, though.
Yes,
Up
they used
at
to have a
Taggart's.
bobcat there when I was a little kid.
I remember. I
In a
don't
cage.
think it had any teeth, and it wouldn't bite you. Yeah, I've been there. Okay. Well, I love you guys, and I just wanted to say hi and
All
check
right.
in.
thank you,
Okay,
Anonymous.
bye now.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's the ghost of my mother.
They had a bobcat there. It didn't have any teeth.
I don't know if that's
Thank
true.
you.
For someone who wanted to be anonymous, they
Yeah.
gave us an awful lot of
Specific stuff,
information
yeah.
that we could identify them with. All right.
I'm
Traffic.
pretty sure I know who that was,
Oh, boy.
Traffic, please.
Emergency crews are on the scene of a crash northbound SR 36 near Mills Junction in Tooele County. The left lane is blocked and traffic is quickly backing up in that area. Exit ramp from southbound I-15 to go to Forest Street in Brigham City closed due to a vehicle fire. Use Promontory Road or US 91 exits as your alternates there. And nearly 700 customers are without power in Ogden due to the high winds given a power outage, so there are going to be some traffic lights probably out in that area. You're going to need to treat those as four-way stops. Carrie, I'm sorry. I need your assistance here, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Sorry, I'm got other things going here. Yes, schedule your appointment. Oh, it's Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Schedule your appointment by April 16th to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. Okay, let's take a break, and we'll be back with, let's see, well, we got Big Boy News and Opinionwendo next. Now, are we going to do Hello Sailor Boy?
Sure.
Coming up at 7?
Sure.
All right, well, let's do a full strength Big Boy News and Opinionwendo in the next break then, right after these, X96.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill. And it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try to read it?
Treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynist.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife. odd. I'm just.
It's just you don't keep an.
Would the context make it any?
No, the context is simply if you don't keep an eye on Ralph, you never know where he's going to wind up.
I see. Gotcha.
Right. Hanging out with the mafia. Let's see, 6:38. We do have round one of your boners. Hello, Sailor Boy. We've got X-Bowl coming up. We will need your participation for that. But right now, full strength Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
At University of Utah Health Plans, they provide medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. For those without insurance, there's a special open enrollment period now through August 15th. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
Now, from everything I can tell, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is he seems like a straight-ahead kind of guy. I don't find anything in him to particularly dislike. He seems charming. He seems pretty smart. He's kind of outrageously and outlandishly and almost impossibly large.
Yeah, especially that
he's too big
in all ways. That leg situation just recently.
Yeah.
That he's
and I mean even like his smile. When he flashes his smile, it's huge.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I really don't want him to be president of the United States. I just don't think it's a.
I want boring, smart people to be president.
Well,
I'm tired of tourists deciding that they can be president.
Well, but now you see, he's seriously, I think, exploring this idea. He's gradually getting it into his enormously large cranium that maybe he could do it, that maybe he could become president, and if he could become president, well, why not lead the country like The Rock would lead the country? He says, I will do what the American people want. In a preview of an upcoming Sunday Today with Willie Geist interview, the 48-year-old actor reveals that he's open to running for president. I do have the goal to unite our country, he says. Stop right there.
Yeah.
It is not your job to unite the country, Dwayne. I also feel that if this is what the people want, then I will do that.
The people want you to make movies. That's what the people want.
Well, I'm afraid, Gina, that you're wrong, that the people might want him to be president.
See, that's just it. He could get elected if he ran. But he won't run for a very long time. He won't run until his knees give out. Because he can make too much money jumping off of buildings and things, for the movies. He's not going to say goodbye to that to be president. It'll be when his legs are bad or something.
Well, I don't know, Kerry. There's the allure of the presidency, of being the most powerful man in the world. I can, even if my knees are, they're not too bad right now. I could serve for 4 or 8 years. My knees would still be okay. I could go jump off buildings after that. I don't know. It just makes me feel creepy, even the thought of it. Michigan cannot vaccinate its way out of the COVID-19 spike. That's according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director Rochelle Walensky. She said, what matters is this. Michigan's average daily case count has jumped about 7 times from a low point in February. It's a reality check for the entire country. What she is saying is when you have an acute situation, an extraordinary number of cases like they have in Michigan, the answer is not necessarily to give vaccinations. In fact, the vaccine will have a delayed response, as she said. The answer to that is really to close things down. Go back to our basics. Go back to where we were last spring, last summer, to flatten the curve, to decrease contact with one another, to test to the extent that we have available, and to contact trace. Shutting things down is imperative, says
Yeah, but
Walensky.
that requires people in Michigan to comply with that.
Yeah, that's
And
part of
they're
the
not-
problem.
They're not likely to.
They're not only not getting vaccinated by choice, they're not wearing their masks by choice. So
If
that's
The
the
Rock
big
were
problem.
president,
Oh, yeah.
he could convince them. An Alaska woman says she tested positive for COVID-19 after she was fully vaccinated, and then after she had already contacted the virus before she got she must have contacted, she said, before I got the shot, because she got the shot, and she has COVID again.
You can get it after.
Yeah.
95%, which is awesome, is not 100%.
Yeah.
That means but that's not a reason not to get it.
Kim Ankers of Palmer, Alaska, said she was stunned to become infected with a symptomatic case of COVID-19 for a second time just weeks after she had received a vaccine. But again, just because, as Gina was saying, you're fully vaccinated does not mean you can't test positive. Remember that.
Or if you've had it already, it doesn't mean you can't get it again.
Right.
We've heard.
Yeah.
Kimberly Potter, so a cop, 25-year veteran, 25 years she's been a police officer. And she says that she fired her gun and killed Dante Wright on accident. She said, I thought it was my taser, and I pointed it at him and pulled the trigger and realized I'd shot him. Now, tasers, as I've seen them, they do sort of resemble a gun. They have a handle like that, most of them, and I guess a trigger mechanism.
And she was on the video yelling before it happened. I will use my taser, taser, she shouted. But that being said, she is the police union president and has been a policeman for quite some time.
25 years.
There is a different feel when you grab your taser.
You would think.
Cops in L.A. have been putting the taser on their not dominant hand side of their belt.
So you have to,
so that they keep them
to
separate.
think about.
You have to think about it. Yeah. So
she's been placed on administrative duty, and the Brooklyn Center Police Department is facing calls for her to resign. A Utah man who, this is the guy who was on the Frontrunner train and threatened to stab the train host, as they're called, threatened to stab her if she kept insisting that he wear a mask while on the Frontrunner train. He's behind bars now. Police said that, when did this happen? This was in...
this weekend.
This other case I'm talking about.
Oh.
So yeah, that happened this weekend when he threatened the host threatened to stab her. But back in 2014, this guy was arrested by the cops after he broke into a downtown Salt Lake City theater with a knife and tried to kidnap a 12-year-old actress.
Oh.
Salt Lake City police say Adam Robin Green entered the off-Broadway theater through a back door on Saturday night, entered a hallway restricted to cast and crew, and when the 12-year-old actress entered the hallway, Green stepped out behind to confront her, police said, and he yelled, "Hey, you!" She ran away. Salt Lake City Police Detective Greg Wilkins said that Mr. Green left the theater before the cops arrived, but soon after, reports came in of a man causing a disturbance outside at a nearby restaurant. Wilkins said that the man, Mr. Green, matched the description of the man in the theater. He was held Monday in the Salt Lake County Jail. This is back in 2014 on suspicion of burglary, kidnapping, and assault. I believe he did a little time for this in the long run, but he's still a troubled human being apparently, and causing trouble on the front runner. And the guy who at the Stockist clothing store on 9th and 9th. They caught the guy who did that, and I thought I had it right in front of me here, who he was.
Oh, they did? Oh,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah, they found out who that guy was, and he's been arrested. Threatened to, he said, "I'll come back and shoot the store up if you make me wear a mask in here."
Good.
Man crashed a small airplane out at the Great Salt Air.
Really?
Out at Salt Air, yeah. Small aircraft crashed. Man was taken to the hospital after his ultralight aircraft crashed into the Great Salt Air parking lot yesterday. Unified Police haven't identified the 65-year-old man, but said he's in critical condition Ultralight aircraft, of course, used for recreational purposes and typically have only one seat. You remember back in the old days when we were KJQ, and we had a studio next to a horse pasture on Gibson Avenue. Just down the road, down Gibson Avenue a little ways, was the company Weed Hopper that made ultralight, or they had kits and they made ultralight
airplanes.
Yeah, and every once in a while you'd see them test flying one around the old KJQ studio. Yeah, really.
That's exactly what they sounded like.
No, I don't want to be in that.
I'm not getting in that.
No. So they've created a mask map.
Mask map.
Yeah. Following Saturday's end of the statewide mask mandate, many residents are left wondering where face coverings are required and where they're not. I just have it with you. Put it on. For the most part, masks are still required everywhere in Salt Lake City, all government buildings in the state, schools, the airport, most businesses. However, there is an online map that will show you where. Now, is this designed to say, well, there's a restaurant I can go to or a bar I can go to where I don't have to wear a mask?
I mean, it can be used either way, or I look at it like these are the places I'm going to shop because they
and these
require
are the places
masks.
I'll avoid.
Yeah.
I mean, you can use it either way, I guess.
Currently, there are over 400 reviews of Utah businesses on the map, 324 in the Salt Lake area, restaurants, doctors' offices, gas stations, and other locations where people visit. And you can leave comments on the mask map, if you like, about what the situation was there. And then finally the J.M. Smucker Company.
Ooh.
And with a name like Smucker, they have to have good products.
You would, yes.
You would think so. And I always just thought they made jams and jellies. But they announced a limited voluntary recall of 2 lots of Meow Mix original choice dry cat food, 30-pound bag. So if you got the 30-pound bag of Meow Mix original choice dry cat food, there's potential salmonella contamination. So first of all, you cat food eaters out there, don't eat it.
This is bad news for people who eat cat food.
Yeah. Don't eat it because you might get salmonella, and the company has received no reports of pet. It can make your pet sick, too.
Yeah.
So if you have the 30-pound bag, Meow Mix, original choice dry cat food, dump it in the sewer. No, don't do that.
Just the garbage.
Yeah,
just
don't
the
do
trash.
that. Just put it in the garbage.
Or put it out for the squirrels and make them sick.
Oh, who cares?
No,
Hey, that's bad. Maybe that's a good idea.
You don't want to do that, no.
There is one damn squirrel who's gotten so bold, he comes up and sits on the windowsill of my dining room and just watches us. Any corn chips in there?
How you doing?
Got any Fredos? I just heard from our friend Brett Benson.
Oh, Frankenweather.
Yeah. He says, I texted him early this morning to see if he might be able to do a wind update for us. And he says he could call us. We'll call you, Brett, sometime after 7:30.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Around that time.
Yeah. All right. That's it. That's the news.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Carrie, if you could dig up that audio I sent you while I read the sponsor here. Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. To make shopping easier at Volkswagen Layton, they've calculated all of their leases and monthly payments right now down to the penny, all of the new Volkswagens at vwlayton.com. Well, this is extremely exciting news out of the world of sports yesterday. A pro bowling announcer completely lost his mind after an 18-year-old picked up a 7-10 split with an insane roll on Sunday, and the footage was wild.
Now,
it all went...
The 7-10 split, let's describe that too, Gina, okay, when you do it, because we don't have the video.
It all went down Sunday when Anthony Newer was facing the dreaded pin placement in the match. So the 7-10 split is the 2 back pins at the very edge that could not be further away pins.
Yeah.
They could not be further away from each other.
Yeah.
Just man, nobody makes that shot.
Somehow, Anthony
tough to
Newer got the 2 pins to fall. And Carrie has a clip.
It's not impossible. It's tough to make. I've done it.
Yeah.
But here you go.
Come on, kid, do it. He did it! He got the 710, Randy! He did it! Woo-hoo-hoo! My goodness, the Ginger Assassin just dropped the 710! You bet, kid! You bet! Oh, man! Give me some oxygen and water to spare the game. Brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. If you believe it, you can do it. Guaranteed Rate. Believe you will.
That's a great announcer.
I don't know if you caught it, but you heard his nickname, the Ginger Assassin.
Yeah.
Anthony Newer.
Katie, do you want us to start calling you the Ginger Assassin?
The Ginger Assassin?
No, she doesn't want
How about the
that.
Ginger Ninja?
Now the 7-10 split is seriously difficult, especially during a televised broadcast. It's only the 4th time in history on TV that this has been performed, and nobody's done it in the last 30 years.
And once at the Spanish Fork Lanes with Kerry Jackson.
I've done it a couple of times, actually. It's very difficult. It's just strictly by luck that I was able to do it.
You're the Jackson Assassin.
I wasn't trying to do it. It was by accident.
The Jazz lost last night to the Wizards. I mean, just barely, but they did lose 125 to 121. They will have a chance to do better tonight. Oklahoma City Thunder is in town at 7 o'clock against the Jazz at Vivint Arena. Weather, and I'm going to need your help with traffic here in a minute, Carrie. Okay. So, and we're going to talk to Brett Benson coming up about the wind, but it is causing some serious issues. Over 1,400 customers now without power in Ogden.
Wow.
And so that wind is going to continue pretty strong through about noon. Then it'll die down, and then it's going to pick up again tonight, and we could have like 60, 70 mile an hour winds overnight tonight into tomorrow. Okay. Mainly north, mainly like Centerville, Farmington.
The windy areas.
The windy places. 62 for a high today.
Weather brought to you by Scott Hale. Schedule your appointment by April 16th to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
So signal problems like we were saying you're probably going to experience in Ogden with all those power outages. Washington Boulevard at 2nd Street in Weber County, treat that as a four-way stop. And any of those signals you come across, treat them as four-way stops. Crash northbound Highway 36 at Stansbury Parkway. In Stansbury Park, the left lane is blocked. Northbound to westbound lanes blocked there. And let's see, I thought I saw someone send something to us via text, which I appreciate when you do that. It says, crash Bangor 35th South on the northbound entrance. They sent that in. A couple people did, I see there. Thank you so much for that. 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Hello Sailor Boy. We've got round one of your boners coming up. We got the X poll, which we talked about last week, and we got a lot of response. We didn't do an official X poll. We just talked about it. It was the 10 saddest on-screen moments guaranteed to make you ugly cry.
Oh, geez. Have you still got those examples?
I've got the list right here for you, so you can weigh in on that. BigOTires.com is the website. Find a location near you.
It's their spring super sale right now at Big O Tires. For a limited time, buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free on select sets of Aspen GT A5, Mesa AP3, Mesa HT, and Nitto Crosstech 2 tires. Go into the Big O Tire store. They'll show them to you.
Yeah.
And you can get $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires when you use your Big O credit card. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they'll help you out with financing there. They're great about that. They'll help you out, too. A lot of people planning road trips this spring and summer. That's the way you're going to travel with your family. You can stop at the Big O Tires, and they'll do a whole travel inspection for you.
I always go to the Big O Tires on 2nd East and South Temple. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. They helped me out immensely, rotated my tires and fixed a flat that I had. And when you buy tires from Big O Tires, you know the flat repair is always free. So if you want to find a Big O Tire store near you, go to BigOTires.com.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, Our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it, you haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
it
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes for it.
Just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
All right. Let's see. It is 7:04 right now, and if you'd like, you can go to our website, x96.com/live. Add the /live, and it'll take you to Radio from Hell TV, and you can see us. You hit the play button there and refresh and all that. You can see us broadcasting from our homes, and there's Katie in the studio in Salt Lake, taking all of this sound and stuff and vision and sticking it into your ear and eye hole.
And this isn't my real house that you see behind me.
You're not in space?
No.
In cartoon space?
It's not my real house. I use this because I don't want you to see my real house.
You know what you can see in mine? You see right here. See what that is? That's
a sailor.
Picture of my son, Festus.
Oh,
proud parent of a sailor right here.
Is it time?
Yes.
Hello, sailor boy!
So, Bill, you were gone, and you didn't hear our last episode of Hello, Sailor Boy.
Nope.
Included the exciting story of, once again, Festus being put into quarantine in Texas on his military base because one of his instructors tested positive for COVID, and he had to go back in quarantine again.
How many times has this been?
I believe this is the fourth time.
Now,
he's
I
had
know
to
in the Navy
quarantine.
when they quarantine you, they throw you in the brig, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like that. He's in a tiny room, but it's like a cell. But today, he said he gets out today.
Okay.
Today will be 2 weeks of quarantine that he has been stuck in this room. They bring him all his meals, and he does school via Zoom there in his... but we've been waiting, because he's almost done. He's almost finished, and we've been waiting for his orders. Where is he going to go when all this is done? Could be anywhere.
So when does he ship out? When are they going to put him on a because he's in the Navy.
Yes.
When are they going to put him on a ship and send him out to sea?
Well, he's done with school in like 2 weeks.
And then, when he has completed the school, what does that qualify him to do?
Well, he's a Navy corpsman already. He finished that, and now he's just been doing some extra training.
So a corpsman is somebody who does the semaphore flags, right?
No, he's a medic. Medic, in movies when they call for a corpsman,
they call medic, Gina. You don't ever hear him go, corpsman.
Yeah, they do. Sure they do.
It's medic. They should just call him medics.
But so like last week, I kept calling because the orders were coming any day, and I would call him and go, "Oh, do you know where you're going yet?" And he finally said, "Stop asking me. I will call you as soon as I know, because it's frustrating that I don't know yet." So we got the call.
Got the orders?
We got the call, and I'm in.
Let me guess. Singapore.
No,
Java. The island of Java. Yeah, Gary.
I have a guess. Bayonne, New Jersey.
That's what I was thinking.
Gary's getting closer.
Salt Lake City.
No. So I'm in the car with his little brother and sister. So we're all listening, and we're all excited to hear where it is.
Just kind of like getting a mission call, Gina.
This is exactly the point I was going to make. And so I remember I told you before he graduated in the top of his class, and they said if you're in the top of your class, you get a better shot at getting a place that you want. And he wanted, on the West Coast somewhere.
Yes.
He wanted to be
Hawaii.
Even that.
But as I suspect with the mission call, I mean, I know it's a call, and there's a spiritual part of it. But there's also, hey, we need a guy over here.
We need a guy who can go to Missouri.
Yeah.
Well, the Lord has shown me on this graph that we need somebody in Missouri. So.
Yeah, were you talking about the Navy or the mission?
Both. I'm confused now.
Okay.
So he said the good news is it's not on a ship.
Oh.
Why is that good news?
Because he wants to work in a clinic on base.
They have clinics on ships.
He doesn't want to leave his wife for months and months. He said, the good news it's in a clinic.
Okay.
The modern Navy, by the way, Gina, I think the wives can go on the ship with them.
This new progressive Navy. I don't know if that's a good idea.
The bad news is it's not on the West Coast.
Oh.
It's Mayport Naval Station in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh,
All right.
no. Florida, no.
So he's going to be a Florida man.
Is that on the no, Jacksonville's on the ocean.
Yeah.
On the Atlantic.
And my daughter immediately said, "You're not going to turn into a Trump person now, are you?"
Well,
You're
it only
living in Jacksonville,
follows.
Florida.
I think that's
Should-
how you. That's
Yeah.
That's the only way they allow you to move there. Really.
I can see how your daughter's going to be a scientist. She figures stuff out.
And I said, "You're not going to take bath salts and run naked down the middle of the highway because that's what happens when you move to Florida." And he
And
said,
again, we see where Gina's daughter gets it from her.
and he said, "Mom, I want to embrace the local culture of where I'm going to be living."
He knows just what to say to freak you out, doesn't he?
But I'm bummed because I had sort of, planned on him being closer than that. And
He's
now
going to Jacksonville. So what does he have pierced? So far.
He had ear piercings, but he hasn't worn them in a while. That's it, as far as I know.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering because if he's going to be in Jacksonville,
That's where more piercings happen.
I think more piercings are on the way.
Now I'm looking at a map of Florida. Jacksonville is up high.
Yeah.
It is. Let's see. It's close to.
How
Close to
Cape Canaveral?
Alabama, Georgia. It's very close to Georgia.
Cape Canaveral's further away.
Yeah, that's further south.
But I'm just.
Jacksonville is mighty south. You know what I'm saying? Southern.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
I
yeah.
say the word southern,
Oh yeah. No,
it's very.
But
I've
he
met
was-
people
Southern.
from Jacksonville.
Yes.
He was showing me. So now finally they can make plans, like where are they going to live and stuff. And so he was showing me all these possibilities of houses they could rent for cheap, like new, beautiful, for like $1,300 a month, like more, like what rent is in Salt Lake for a little apartment. They get a whole like 3-bedroom house. And
It's funny you would mention that because I've got a stand-up comedian who has a routine about that coming up later this week about how he lives in L.A. and he sees these HGTV shows and how people are getting this fabulous house with acreage and it's just pennies.
Yeah. And I told him, as much as we wanted him in California and San Diego or something, that housing would have been a bigger issue there by far. So that's
So the Navy obviously pays for he and his wife and family to move
to
Jacksonville. Do they drive across the country? What do they
Yeah,
do?
because they'll want their car there. So the Navy moves them. Like they come and box up your stuff and say, well, it'll be there waiting for you when you get there. But they'll have to drive from here to Jacksonville, so they have.
That'll be fun.
That's true. Andrew says, all I know about Jacksonville I learned from The Good Place, because that one kid is from Jacksonville, and we all know what kind of a kid he was, it seems like. Oh, and you're near Mar-a-Lago, apparently.
Oh, great.
That'll be nice. You could maybe Donald Trump will drop in on them.
And I had sworn I would never go back to Florida. The last time I went to Florida, I said, that's it. We've done Harry Potter World, we've done NASA, we've done Disney World, we've done it all. I don't ever have to go back to Florida.
See, that's the thing. I'll do Disney World. I won't do Florida.
Yeah.
They're different worlds. They're different
Yes, they are.
planets. So.
Yeah, I've been to Florida. I lived in Florida for a year, and traveled all over the state in that year, into every little crappy town. I didn't ever make it to Jacksonville for some reason.
Oh, this is nice. Festus, if you're listening to this, somebody says, the Navy Jacksonville Hospital is a great place to work. I don't like Florida, and I was always stationed on the West Coast, but I have to say it's nice. Oh, nice.
I don't know. It's being referred to as Lower Alabama here.
No, it's
Southern Alabama.
So that's your Hello Sailor Boy update.
Is it Macho Man Randy Savage National Airport? Is that? That's what Andrew wants to know.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it
Not?
is.
Okay. All right. Well. All right. This has been.
Hello, Sailor Boy!
Okay. Wow. really was. I mean, I was really hoping West Coast would be the way to go.
I was too.
Right.
I was hoping it'd be Nome, Alaska or something.
And even Bayonne, New Jersey is looking good right now, I have to say.
There is a big naval contingency in Bayonne, I think.
That's why I keep saying Bayonne, New Jersey.
I don't know. It's not near the ocean. Well, neither's where he is in Texas, not that near the ocean.
All right. Traffic, please.
So wind is caused lots of issues, at least as far as power outages, which means you've got traffic lights out. Up in Weber County, it's a bigger problem than down here in Salt Lake. Crash southbound SR 36, Stansbury Parkway and Tooele. Cars are on the right shoulder there. And let's see, crash northbound Bangor Highway 35th South, right lane and shoulder are blocked. Traffic is backing to 41st South. And let me check our message stream, because you folks are so nice to send us in stuff when you see it. When you see it, tell us about it. Text it to us, 33986. Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. To make shopping easier for Volkswagen Layton customers, they've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all the new Volkswagens at vwlayton.com.
All right.
Here are the candidates for Boner's Round 1. Boner candidate number 1. Danced all night for Usher and got this. What would you all do? Boner candidate number 2. How many times will these things happen before the world gets a clue? And boner candidate number 3. Did Ted Nugent really ask why there were no lockdowns for COVID 1 through 18? Yes, it's true he did, and he wasn't making a joke.
Boner's Round 1. Big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Now, a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
The coronavirus here in Utah, pretty stable, pretty low right now. But that's because you've been doing the right things.
Yes.
You've been getting the vaccine. You've been wearing your mask. You've been socially distancing. Don't let up now.
Yes. It's like I know there's a sports analogy here with football about, spiking the ball at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't do that. We've got to carry it through. If you haven't scheduled your vaccine yet, 16 years of age and older, you can get it.
Mm-hmm. COVID.utah.gov is where you can find out all the information.
Coronavirus.utah.
Coronavirus.utah.gov. Thank you. But once you're fully vaccinated, remember, still wash your hands all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Visit with friends and family who are vaccinated. You can pretty safely do that without a mask. But if somebody hasn't been vaccinated, make sure you all mask up. There are all kinds of tips if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here, too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehi's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehi and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehi be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You know, the Mormons.
Oh, you've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play ward ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb attaching episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:23. Let's get right to it. Round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. You see, round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get a winner there as well. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now you're picking one of these 3 to send forward to Boner Dome. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. And yes, you can pick it up. You can wear it today. You can do that. You just have to come down to 50 West Broadway, 2nd floor. Hours are 9 to noon.
Boner candidate number 1 is, I danced all night for Usher, and I got this. What would you all do? As of Monday afternoon, yesterday, Usher was the number 1 trending topic on Twitter in the United States, but not for a good reason. He's accused of giving a stripper fake dollar bills with his face on them as opposed to real money.
Oh, no, they'll like this. They love me. They don't want real money. They just
A Las
want...
Vegas-based dancer who performs under the name Pisces, she's very good, shared an image of three distinct Usher-themed dollar bills in denominations of 1, 20, and 100 bills. The bills promote Usher, the Vegas Experience, his upcoming residency that's set to launch in July, and were clearly designed to look like real money. Pisces asked a question on her Instagram story, writing, "Ladies, what would you do if you danced all night long for Usher and he threw this at you?" She added in another post to a screenshot from her private personal account, "And the money does not have a trade-in value whatsoever."
Nope.
Now Usher, you guys may not know this, is a huge fan of strippers and is very well known in the stripping industry. In fact, that movie that J-Lo did, the stripper movie, I can't remember what it was called, which was based on a real person and the highlight of that movie, the big thing that happened in that movie is Usher came to their strip club.
Okay.
And did he make it rain with his...
Everything you're saying is just making it worse.
Yeah.
Because he clearly understands...
That's what I'm saying. That's my point, yeah. He knows what he's doing. He's not like he's ignorant.
Fake money.
He offered a response to the controversy, or at least shared a post that seemed relevant to the situation. Sunday night, he shared a photo of himself wearing a bucket hat made of actual $1 bills. You see, I'm acknowledging it, and I make it rain with Usher's face on your money, yeah. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. How many times will these things happen before the world gets a clue? I don't know. I just don't have to read very much of this. A group of students at an Aledo school. Where is that? Aledo. We'll get to it here. It's Texas. At a school in Texas were disciplined. These students were disciplined because, well, they had a slave auction. Set it up on social media to pretend to sell their black classmates. The Aledo Independent School District learned of the incident where students at the Daniel 9th grade campus, so these are 9th graders, cyberbullied and harassed other students based on their race and had a slave auction to auction off the black student. How many times do we have to hear about
and you'd
these
think that it would come up in school,
Yeah.
chat, because when I have radio chat with people, certain subjects come up. You'd think that when school chat was happening, that this might come up.
Although we must say, in radio chat, it never comes up that we would have a slave auction of some kind.
No.
Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Did Ted Nugent really ask why there were no lockdowns for COVID 1 through 18? Yes.
Yep.
It's true he did, and he wasn't making a joke. We'll tell you about it coming up.
Do you need to? Boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now, and to make shopping easier at Volkswagen Layton, they've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all the new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
Now, this headline caught my eye from the folks at Slate.com. Melissa McCarthy, please stop making bad movies with your husband.
Yes.
Please.
They're the worst. I love her, and she's done some great stuff, but anything that her husband touches is terrible.
In dark times for comedies, the genre share of domestic box office has dropped more than 2/3 in the past 20 years, McCarthy has been a shining ray of hope as a comedic actress. Over the past decade, her movies, including Bridesmaids, The Heat, Spy, and Ghostbusters, have taken in more than $1 billion worldwide, and with the exception of the last, have done it without the costly reliance on the pre-sold intellectual property that now props up most of Hollywood's big-ticket productions. She is, to use a word that has been less and less relevant in the climate where our franchises are the only currency, a star. She is a star. But every time she teams up with her husband, Ben Falcone, I think his name is Ben,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Ben Falcone. I think they've done 5 movies together that he has directed.
They all
Each
have a
one of them.
weird tone. They all have just
Each one of them sink like a stone.
they just like if you showed me a Melissa McCarthy movie, I think I could tell whether he directed it or not or was involved. They all just have a very odd.
Now, is this about her current project?
Yeah, because I think it's another one.
Because I watched it.
And is it weird?
Here's the thing. It's a bad movie, but she is good in it.
Yeah.
That's the thing about these. You are always looking at her. When she's in a scene, it's all about her, and she's always very entertaining. But the movie as a whole, not satisfying at all.
Yeah. Well, stop making them, okay? And maybe, well, I won't offer marriage counseling. Let's see. And sad news in the world of cinema. ArcLight Cinemas and the Pacific Theaters on the West Coast will not be reopening.
It's a tragedy.
Both of those chains have been around for a long time. This is accounting for some 300 screens. And
that and the famous Cinerama Dome downtown.
Oh, that's that. Okay.
Yeah. That's the ArcLight is right next to it too.
Yeah.
ArcLight's famous art house theater.
So too bad.
It's sad. It's very sad. Hopefully somebody will step up and at least try to save the Cinerama Dome and the ArcLight because that's a historical place.
Federal health agencies will call for an immediate pause in the use of Johnson & Johnson's single-dose coronavirus vaccine after 6 recipients, only 6, in the United States developed a rare disorder involving blood clots with about 2 weeks of vaccination, officials on the decision said. All 6 recipients were women, and 1 woman died. A 2nd woman in Nebraska had been hospitalized. But again, when you think of all the doses that have been administered, this is very
It's
rare.
nearly 7 million.
Yeah.
And they put it on hold because they're being super transparent and super cautious.
Yeah. No new COVID deaths reported in Utah for the 2nd straight day.
Excellent.
Salt Lake
keep it up.
Salt Lake City Tribune reports for a 2nd day in a row and the 3rd time in 9 days. The Department of Health says no new deaths caused by COVID-19. Over the past 10 days, the Department of Health has reported 28 coronavirus-related deaths. 14 of those occurred before March 18th. It's slowed way down. Let's see if we can keep it that way. Republicans in Washington County, down south, down there, St. George, Hurricane area. They have vented their displeasure with Senator Mitt Romney approving a resolution censuring him for voting to convict former President Donald Trump during his 2 impeachment trials. Saturday's resolution scolded Romney for voting with Senate Democrats to convict Trump. The resolution defended the former president, who was accused of inciting the deadly riot and attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, calling his impeachment an unconstitutional Senate show trial.
It's just not true.
At
That's
all.
just
None of that statement
not
is true. Yeah.
Trump supporters and conservative Republicans need to know that the Republican Party is going to stand up for its principles and the constitutional process.
Yes, that's what he did. He stood up for your principles and the constitutional process.
Their principles are different from the constitutional process, believe me.
I listen. I agree with these Republicans in Washington County 100%. I think that we should get behind President former President Donald Trump and make sure that he leads the Republican Party and runs for president again. I am a full supporter of that. I'd like to see it happen so that I could stand there and go, I told you so.
See?
The suspect who threatened the Stockist, a clothing store on 9th and 9th, he has been arrested.
Good.
William Charlie Lewis, charged with disorderly conduct. Employees at the Stockist in the 9th and 9th District said Lewis threatened to shoot everybody Sunday if he was forced to wear a mask in the store. So Domino's Pizza, they're going to use robot cars to deliver your pizza. Now, I saw one of these, and it's like a little bit bigger than a wagon, and it's an electronic vehicle that will find your house and drive up your house. And as it was driving through the streets, I thought, this is trouble. Not because of accidents that it's going to call.
Are people going to try to steal it?
Yes, or tip it over, or shoot at it. Or you know what's going to happen. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Well, it is gusty winds, 60 miles an hour or so up in Weber County. So that's causing power outages. And there's live audio right there.
Well, we ought to talk to our friend Brett Benson about the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Is he there?
He's on the phone.
Brett.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello, guys.
It's Frankenweather. Brett Benson, who used to be over on the Fox for years and years and years, now does weather for KSL. Part-time or full-time, Brett?
Just part-time, yeah. Just fill in when they need me.
Yep. And he's our favorite weather personality. Well, next to Eubanks, because,
yeah.
You got to say
Eubanks the boss.
Yeah.
No, original flavor Eubanks. Let's be specific.
Listen, Kevin, I saw Kevin at a funeral because he's a bishop out in Bountiful, and he came running up to me and said, "I haven't seen you for so long." And he's a great guy.
Tell us about the wind, Frankenweather.
It's going to be, and first of all, I do want to say welcome back, Bill.
Thank you.
Hope everything's going well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so this wind event, we're gonna go through it again. Another downslope wind event. So winds are coming out of the east. We got a really big pocket of cold air that's off to our northeast. We got low pressure to the southwest, and the pressure difference between the two helps create this event. So very strong winds. They'll pick up later on this afternoon and tonight, and then early tomorrow morning, or when we'll see those strongest winds.
Mm-hmm.
And the area, what's that?
No, go ahead.
Nothing, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something. The area of the strongest focus will be generally North Salt Lake north.
Okay.
So North Salt Lake, Davis County, Weber County, Box Elder County, going to get the strongest winds, and could see winds over 70 miles per hour, gusts over 70 miles per hour.
Now, we shouldn't expect anything like the horrible damage we saw from that last windstorm, though, right?
Well, we'll see some areas. We're going to see that. It's not going to be as widespread. So the last event stretched as far south as all the way through Sandy, all the way through the Salt Lake Valley. So there was just more stuff to get blown around. So, so this is a little bit more focused on the more northern part of the Wasatch Front, and then north of there. So not as much, but still there will be some damage for sure.
All right. Brett Benson does part-time weather on KSL, and everything good
and
with your family? And for us.
and for everybody. Everything's great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
It's nice to hear from you.
Nobody's gotten sick yet, so I felt, I didn't get sick, so at least I could have surgery,
So you can go have surgery.
Yeah.
All right.
I had to have back surgery in my 20s as well, so I know all about it.
All right. Brett, pleasure to talk to you. Please always feel free to just check in with us without us calling you, okay?
All right. Great talking to you guys.
See you later.
Let's see, Salt Lake Sanitation. Gina, make sure your garbage cans are standing, please. It would really help us out today. I don't know.
Just me or everybody?
Apparently you. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
How do you know it's my garbage day, Salt Lake Sanitation?
No.
Oh, they know.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for
Boner candidate number 3. Did Ted Nugent ask why there were no lockdowns for COVID 1 through 18? Yes, it's true, and he wasn't making a joke. So you would think he would be kidding about this. But Ted Nugent, in a 12-minute video shared from the verified Facebook account of Ted Nugent, the musician, it says here.
Sweaty Teddy.
Sweaty Teddy, you know, the, what else do they call him?
Motor City Madman.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He vented his frustration about the COVID-19 pandemic while amplifying conspiracy theories in a bizarre rant. Quote, I ain't scared of nothing, said Nugent before going on a tangent. And I know every songbird, whatever that means. Then he started lamenting decisions made by his production companies to cancel tours in 2001. And then he said, dirty bastards, lying scum, smoke and mirrors, COVID-19 freaks. You know, I guess I would ask you, because I'm addicted to truth. I'm addicted to logic and common sense.
Are you?
And my common sense meter would demand the answer. Why weren't we shut down for COVID 1 through 18? COVID 1, COVID 2, 3, 4, 5. Why were there no shutdowns for those? He said. And he was not joking. Boner candidate
do we have
3.
to say it's COVID-19 because
19,
it was 2019 is the year?
That's the year.
Do we have to say
that's why
that?
it was 19.
There you go. He wasn't joking. He's number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. I danced all night for Usher and got this. What would you all do? Usher reportedly giving a stripper fake dollar bills with his face on them after she performed for him all night. Boner candidate number 2, how many times will these things happen before the world gets a clue? Students at a North Texas school disciplined for having a slave auction on social media. And boner candidate number 3, Ted Nugent.
There you go. Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day, but it does secure it a spot in Boner Dome and a chance to be Boner of the Day. You see, round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, so be ready for that. Let's send one of these 3 forward to from round 1 to Boner Dome right now. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. One way to vote. Another way is to call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, April 13, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1.
So you may have heard yesterday me talk about I got bit by something over the weekend, and I shared it with you yesterday. It was
on your ankle.
It was on my ankle, and I sent some pictures to Katie. I don't know if she can put those up, but if you follow me on Twitter at RFHGina, you can watch the progression of the injury.
It got ugly. It got really ugly.
Yeah, so yesterday it was like a little, I don't know.
It's just a blister.
A blister. And I actually showed it to our good friend Dr. Cobble, and he said, yeah, you should be all right. You could just, pop it, put some Neosporin on it, cover it with a bandage. You're probably all right, which I did.
Yeah.
I was brave. I got hydrogen peroxide. I got Neosporin. I did the whole thing, and I covered it with a bandage, and I said, well, I'll check it later. But it hurt, like throbbing pain.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
So a couple hours later, I took it off, and it had gotten much worse, which I posted a picture of that on my Twitter as well. and it was oozy and a weird color, and it hurt. And so after much discussion and tweeting about it, because that's what you should really do, is tweet about it, I talked to my husband about it, and he said, I think you probably should go to the Instacare. This has gotten worse, not better.
Let me know how it goes, babe.
Yeah.
You need a ride home?
I was a little nervous to go to the Instacare. So I went to the one on 4th South. Mm-hmm. And, Bill, is that the one where you went to get your COVID test?
No, that was in a parking lot at a church.
Yeah, this was.
But they do a lot of COVID testing there.
But it was closed. So all the COVID tents were there, but it was closed, which is weird.
9th East?
4th South, and right there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go into the Instacare, and there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, gosh, is it closed? No, there was a lady.
What time of the day was this?
Yesterday.
What time of the day?
Oh, like 5 o'clock.
Huh.
And they checked me in and said, go wait over there. And I said, okay, this is so fun. Because I was nervous about going.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was sitting there waiting, these 5 girls come in together. They all had masks on. And one of them goes up to the counter and she says, yes, I think I have a fever and I'm having a hard time breathing. And, she's listing all the COVID symptoms. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm in a waiting room with her. But why are these 4 other girls with her? You needed an entourage to
and they're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to go to the stations outside.
Yeah. Well, they were closed.
Oh.
The stations outside were closed. But why do we need all these people in here? But they took me back, and I said, can you tell what this is that bit me by looking at it? Mm-hmm. And the doctor said, it's infected now. I can't tell what it was. Mm-hmm. But we can clean it out for you, give you an antibiotic, and then we're going to test the pus and see what kind of pus it is.
Pus test. Pus test.
And he said, in order to clean it up, we're going to de-roof it. Which is exactly what it sounds like. Mm-hmm. They cut the top off of it and let it ooze out. Mm-hmm. And then they gave me a bunch of stuff at home where I am supposed to change the bandages and clean it up. And I don't have to de-roof it. That's already been done.
Well, they say you're going to be okay.
I mean, yeah, they put me on a pretty strong antibiotic, and he said, we'll get back to you with exactly what, it could be a staph infection, it could be MRSA, it could be who knows what.
Will they be able to tell you what bit you, do you think?
Nope, and that's the frustrating thing.
Damn.
He says
that's the big question.
I'm looking here. It says de-roof. The definition of de-roof is to remove the top from a building. So
that's how big the pustule got. It was the size of a building.
It also means to remove tissue from a wound.
It did look big, and it did look ooey gooey.
It was so gross.
It was dripping at one point. I thought I saw.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, here's the question. If you're taking the antibiotic, can you have wine?
Are you saying there's a chance I can't have wine?
Yeah, there's a chance because sometimes they say with some medications.
Oh, man.
That's just those doctors that don't want you to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't last night. Well, because I'm taking so much. It's 3 of these antibiotics 3 times a day. And I'm thinking maybe on alcohol that won't taste so hot.
I think you better check, yeah.
See, now, I don't get what de-roof, but when they say they're going to debride a wound, it's the same thing. Remove unhealthy tissue from a wound.
I don't know. I was de-roofed. That's all I know.
Ask your doctor or construction worker.
Would you like to be debrided or de-roofed?
All right. right, 7:50. Let's, we have the X-Poll coming up here in a moment, so be ready for that. But first, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Philly Cheesesteak.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
We had boner candidate number 1, danced all night for Usher. Got this. Fake money with Usher's picture on it, said the stripper. What would you do if that happened to you, huh? I'd be pretty upset. If I stripped all night for Usher... Boner
Bill,
candidate.
don't strip all night for Usher.
I won't, because he'll cheat you. Boner candidate number 2. How many times will these things happen before the world gets a clue? I wish I could answer that question, but a North Texas high school or junior high school disciplined for having a slave auction. And boner candidate number 3, Ted Nugent, because Sweaty Teddy is a moron, and he was asking the question, so how come we didn't have lockdowns for COVID 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? Why 19, huh? A lot of people think Ted Nugent is really dumb, and 83 of them voted for him for boner candidate, boner winner in round 1. But the winner, ultimately, of course, by a lot of votes, boner candidate number 2, the slave auction in Texas.
There you go. That's the winner of round 1. It goes forward. It might be boner of the day. We got round 2 at 8:20. 3 more candidates there. We'll get another winner. And then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. And that's when you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 is when boner fight happens. So be ready for that. Round 2 coming up. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
All right.
Sad movies always make me cry.
Well, and that's the thing. It was a website ran a poll to unveil how the country reacts to emotional scenes in film and TV. Mm-hmm. Which on-screen moments they found the saddest.
Is Pride of the Yankees on there?
No.
Not?
No. I can start at number 10 and work my way up.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 10. Ellie's death in Up.
See, I think this should be further up on the list.
Okay.
This one. I could have taken that scene, that little, as a short, a Pixar short, and I've not watched any of the rest of the movie. Just that.
Oh, you'd like to watch little kids die, huh? She was an old lady. That's right.
Yeah. There are those who say you should fast forward and just not watch that scene and then watch the rest of the movie so you're not crying. All right, number 9. The final scene, leaving the keys on the table in Friends, the season finale. A series finale.
It's interesting. When I was lying in a hospital bed, some station was showing Friends episodes back to back to back to back to back, and I watched a bunch of them and forgotten how really well written it was about nothing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But I did cry when Ross and Rachel and they were playing the Madonna song at the airport. Remember that?
Yep.
It was they were either getting back together or separating. I can't remember.
Now we got a texter who says, I can't wait to be spoiled for every single show and movie. Well, then turn off your damn radio, stupid.
Jeez.
God, you're taking all your time to text me? Turn off the damn radio. All right. Number 8. When the toys are in the incinerator in Toy Story 3. Got me.
See, in that movie, it was more at the end when
he passes the toys along to the little girl. Number 7, Katie did this one, Dobby's death in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows.
Oh, I was glad that little creep went.
Oh, what? I bawled my eyes out. It was terrible.
Number 6, Will being stood up by his biological father on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Famous scene. Yeah. Number 5, old couple cuddling in bed before the ship sinks in Titanic.
That, to me, that was so over the top. I went.
You went. Ugh.
Yeah.
Number 4, Tony Stark in Avengers Endgame.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 3, Bambi's mom in Bambi.
Oh.
It was Man Bambi.
Is Dumbo on there, baby?
No,
Nope.
Dumbo.
Number 2, Marley's death in Marley and Me, which I knew that was going to happen, so I didn't see the movie.
Yeah.
And number 1, Mufasa's death in Lion King. Now, it varied differently between, like, men and women and animal lovers and all that. They break it down throughout that, but we won't go that scientifically.
But when we did this list last week, we had a bunch of you texting in about your scenes that you thought should have been on the list, which is why we decided to make this an X-Bowl today. So what's saddest scene in a TV show or movie? You can call us 877-602-9696, or you can text if that's easier for you, 33986.
So it's like when Lou Gehrig, being played by Gary Cooper in Pride of the Yankees, and Lou Gehrig, he's got this mysterious disease that coincidentally ends up being called Lou Gehrig's disease, but he says to the doctor, "Tell me the truth, Doc. Is it strike 3?"
That's a little much.
Nods.
That's really over there.
Did he really say that in real life?
Yeah.
No, that's not. Okay. All right. So there you go, 877-602-9696. We'll take your answers after these messages. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yep, just a reminder that the wind is causing some power outages, particularly in Weber County, it looks like. So if you come upon a traffic light that is out, treat it as a four-way stop. We got a free couch, northbound Legacy Parkway, as you connect to I-15 northbound in Farmington. It's around a blind corner, so be careful as you're coming up on it. Let's see, what else do we have for you? Crash southbound SR36 Stansbury Park in Tooele. Crash northbound Bangor Highway 35th South, right lane and shoulder are blocked. Traffic backing to 41st South. Crash 47th West, 14th South in West Weber. And I think that is about it. If you see something, of course, you can text it to us, 33986, and let us know not only your sad movie and or TV, or if you see another couch in the road, and we'll pass it along. The Spring Super Sale is here only at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. For a limited time, buy 3, get 1 free on select sets of tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, so thank you very much. We'll take a break and we'll be back. Your answers, the scenes in movies or TV shows that made you ugly cry. Oh, God, they're pouring in. Stand by for that coming up. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
For more than 30 years, Shamrock Plumbing has been the plumbing contractor that Utahns trust. 30 years along the Wasatch Front, and no job is too big or too small for Shamrock Plumbing.
I've had them do both, actually. I've had them come, just like change out a kitchen faucet. I've had them do that. I've also had a big job that I do once a year is having them clean out the pipes from the house to the street, because the branches grow in and make it all clogged up. They do that for me.
Yeah, I've had them in my house for emergencies and just to install stuff as well. Shamrock Plumbing water heaters and water softeners too. They have whole departments dedicated to those. And any system size and quality. So call Shamrock Plumbing for pricing before you buy anywhere else, please. Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690 is the phone number, or contact them online, shamrockplumbing.net.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his ring. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I gotta do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion behind.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan! Come back, I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
All right, here is the X-Bowl. Scenes in movies or TV shows that have made you cry, ugly cry, uncontrollably.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brittany first. Hello, Brittany.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
So, My Girl. I watched it when I was a lot younger, but even then, I just bawled, ugly cried, and still to this day.
I've never seen it, but I've heard people say that it's a tearjerker for sure.
Bill, it's the bees.
Oh, my God. Yes, and then he can't see without his glasses.
The bees killed her.
Well, she must have deserved it.
Macaulay Culkin.
They killed Macaulay, whoever.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody died with
somebody.
The
Died.
bees killed somebody.
Bees killed somebody. Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Let's go to Mitch. Hi, Mitch. Mitch.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Avengers Endgame, and it's not Tony's death, but it's his final monologue. And it's when he looks at his daughter and does the "I love you 3000." Gets me every time.
Yeah, that got me too. That got me too.
It's pretty heartstrings tugging.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's what is not making me cry. That's what's standing out these days. So,
almost anything.
The tears are always on the.
If it doesn't make me cry, I'll be like, "Hey, everybody! I saw something that didn't make me cry."
All right, thank you, Mitch.
Let's go to Christo. Hi, Christo.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, saddest movie scene for me, growing up as a man, with three older brothers. I was always told to be manly and never to cry, all that stuff. Fast forward to me dating my now wife. We're sitting down in my basement, my parents' house, watching Philadelphia.
Oh,
and
jeez. Yeah.
It hit a point in that movie where I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to cry. I'm just going to let it out. And it's the part, spoiler alert for everybody who hasn't seen it, but it's the part where Tom Hanks is saying goodbye to his brother on his deathbed.
Christo, I have to ask you this.
Yes.
If you have an evening with your soon-to-be wife, and you're together all alone down in the basement, and your parents aren't home, is it really a choice to watch Philadelphia? I mean, really? You could have been doing other things.
Her choice, not mine.
All right.
I got up and left the theater in Philadelphia and did not come back.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible.
Ever since that point, it's been like, I don't care. I'll cry during American Idol. I'll cry during whatever. Like, that was my breaking point.
Good for you. Thank you, Christo.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see.
Anybody going to mention Old Yeller, huh?
It has been mentioned in text, yes. Yeah. Let's see. Dead Poet Society. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Spock dying in Wrath of Khan.
Am I the only one that bawled my eyes out in Fast and Furious 7 when Brian and Dom
yes.
split ways?
Yes, the answer is yes.
I love those movies, and that was heartbreaking. And it was a CGI of Brian. Just
Littlefoot's mom in, let's see, what is it? Littlefoot, the cartoon
Land Before Time.
Land Before Time, Littlefoot's mom. Let's see, the end of Lord of the Rings, You Bow to No One.
Now, this one, you've texted in wrong. Well, I'll forgive you. You said Steel Magnolias. It wasn't. It was Terms of Endearment when Shirley MacLaine was running through the hospital looking for someone to give her daughter more pain medication.
You just got Excuse Me by Gina.
It's essentially the same movie, though.
When Michael leaves the office. And, yeah, all right. The season finale of Superstore. Okay. Goose dying in Top Gun.
No.
Oh, here you go. Bing bong.
You shut up, Bill.
Bing bong.
Bing bong and Inside Out. Yep. Every time. The scene
Festus is listening. He just texted me. He said Marley and me. It's always the dogs. Always the dogs.
The scene near the end of Wall-E where you think he's gone full robot and Eve is trying desperately to shake him out of it. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to Jackson who's on the phone. Hello, Jackson.
Hey, thanks for letting me listen.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mine is Saving Private Ryan when old man Matt Damon is standing in Normandy saluting the grave of Tom Hanks' character.
So, I'm going to tell you, so that just did not work for me. And it's like the whole movie was really quite good, and but then he just to lay it, Spielberg, just to lay it on as thick as possible with the American flag behind. I'm just going, okay, you're over the top now. I felt manipulated, and I didn't like it.
I felt that movie was flawless as far as I'm concerned.
No, not that.
I'm right there with you, Gina.
That last scene was terrible.
Let's run to Jackson. We got to go. Let's go to Tanya. Yep. Hi, Tanya.
Hi,
Tanya.
guys. Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yes.
Thank you. So, yeah, the one that got me was in I Am Legend when Will Smith had to smother his dog.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, anytime it's a dog.
See, and I didn't stick around long enough for that. I didn't finish the movie.
That was
You never finished I Am Legend?
I
Really?
didn't finish it, no.
You know, it's a remake. It's been made a couple of times.
Yeah.
You check the Vincent Price version.
Oh, I should try that.
All right.
Well, anyway, thanks, guys.
Yep.
Okay.
No dogs were harmed in my version.
No.
All right, let's go to April. Hi, April.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
The movie that made me cry was boohooing the whole throughout the movie is Grave of the Fireflies.
What is
It's
it?
an
Don't
80s
know it.
movie.
Don't know it.
Say it again.
Yeah. Grave of the Fireflies.
Grave of the Fireflies.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
No idea.
All right.
All right,
It's
thanks.
like it's an 80s movie.
Oh,
Okay.
Thanks,
we'll look it
April.
up.
oh, this one, the subway bathroom scene in Pursuit of Happiness. Yes. Oh, jeez, that's horrible.
How about the
let's
subway scene in Risky Business?
Let's see. Yondu's death in Guardians 2. Let's see. When Honeycutt and Hawkeye say goodbye in the last episode of MASH.
Yeah.
Oh, they were drunk.
Oh, the end of Coco. I
Oh,
cried
yeah.
really hard. The end of Coco.
Well, I did
love
several
that movie.
times in Coco.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat room brings up Odd Thomas, and that's kind of like a horror movie. It is heartbreaking.
Is it as sad as the Fast and the Furious one, Katie?
Yeah, it is. Okay, Bill? It is. I will stand by my answer.
Here's a good one. My husband still cries at the scene that Bruce Willis dies on Armageddon every time.
Oh,
That's not a
jeez.
crying. That's not. That's not
It was
sad.
better than the Spielberg scene at the end of Private Ryan.
You shut up about Saving
Oh.
Private Ryan, Bill.
When the Ewok dies in Return of the Jedi, got me a little bit, I have to say. And
I looked
this
up
is
Grave of the Fireflies. It's an anime.
Oh, okay. We'll see. Yeah, you know, you can't just call it, say it's an 80s movie and expect us to go, oh, yeah, try describing it, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see, a lot of The Green Mile, a lot of Last of the Mohicans. Here's the best answer, and we'll finish here. At the end of Green Lantern, when I realized I just paid for that. All right.
I have a giveaway here.
Yes, let's do the giveaway.
X96 welcomes AJR, the OK Orchestra Tour, Saturday, June 11th at USANA Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale this Friday, April 16th at 10 a.m. You can get more details and a special pre-sale code at x96.com. You could also maybe win some from us right now. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is bang. Just one bang. Bang. B-A-N-G.
Okay. Just one.
All right. There you go. Let's see. We've got round 2 of your boners.
Ah, yes. See, here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1. Well, what else was he to do? Boner candidate number 3. Bored? Was the TV broken? Were there no YouTube influencers to watch? And boner candidate number 3. He deserves another shot at boner fame.
All right, boners round 2 coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by. Didn't we do traffic? Oh, okay.
No.
Traffic.
Crash
please.
47th West to 14th South in West Weber. Crash eastbound I-80 at milepost 103. This is Lake Point, just east of the SR 201 exit in Tooele County. And there are lots of power outages, especially in Weber County. That'll mean traffic lights are out. Approach those as a 4-way stop. That's traffic.
All right. We do have boners and news coming up after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com is the website.
They are locally owned and operated, the Big O Tire stores, 42 locations along the Wasatch Front, well, even further, Logan to Beaver, so that's past the Wasatch Front.
Oh, yeah.
So find a Big O tire store in your neighborhood. They will take good care of you. They get to know you. They get to know your car, and they'll call you by your first name even a lot of times. So right now, the Big O tire stores are having a spring super sale. For a limited time, you can buy 3, get 1 free. That's 3 tires, get 1 free tire on various sets or models of Aspen, Mesa, or Nitto tires. So they'll tell you which ones qualify at Big O.
And they're going to help you with financing, too. They understand it can be a big expense buying new tires, and maybe you're not quite ready for it. They're going to help you work with that. And also, they're going to help take care of you when you're on the road this summer. Go in for the free check.
Yep. So find a store near you. Just go to bigotires.com. I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Like one of you's
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you's really smart, and one of you's not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay. Well, the list should explain it. Okay. But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I mean,
here's.
There's
I
lots
feel
of
like
things that
I
are
feel-
true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
What's the list?
here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
Of
course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it.
Okay.
Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3, people who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, Well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
you couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
Given your small thinking, what I would, So that's your list of 5 things.
Thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
All right. $21 right now. Let's get to round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of those winners, though, and put them against each other, and you will decide boner of the day for today at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. Right now, we've got to pick a champion of these 3 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. I'll explain the voting later. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
It's big enough to hold all your tears that you cry at the end of Savannah Smiles when she says, Bootsy! Big enough to hold that. The Radio from Hell tote bag.
Yeah, boner candidate number 1 is... Well, what else was he to do? A Domino's pizza customer in Minnesota threatened workers with a gun over a dispute about pizza toppings.
Of course.
Apparently, the customer wanted to get the toppings, all of the toppings for his pizza, on the side. And
I'm a fan of on the side.
And the pizzeria said, we can't.
But
we can't do that.
A pizza is things on top of the pizza dough.
He wanted to put them on in his own order, I guess, or something. I don't know. So
Why
the
don't you
incident
just make your own pizza? Anyway.
The incident occurred at a Domino's in Rochester, Minnesota. Apparently, the customer had requested pizza toppings on the side and said, "I'm sorry, we can't do that." Well, the suspect, Victor Fortner, allegedly drove up to the restaurant's drive-thru and began arguing about the toppings. Then he threw several pizza slices at the workers in the restaurant. And then he pulled out a gun and pointed at the workers, and then he drove off. He was very upset. And what else was he to do?
There's no other recourse at all.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Bored? You were bored. Why, was the TV broken? Were there no YouTube influencers to watch? 4 teenaged girls in Pennsylvania, in Ferndale, Pennsylvania.
Is this a real story?
Yes, it's in Ferndale. Are accused of setting fire to a vacant house and posting the footage online on Snapchat. And why did they do this? We were bored.
Oh. I thought it was for the clicks.
Nope. We were bored. Apparently, they didn't have access to TV. They couldn't watch their YouTube influencers for some reason. So, okay, what do we do then? Let's set that house on fire, okay? Okay. Boner candidate number 2. Here's boner candidate number 3 in just a moment. He deserves another shot at boner fame.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is now Utah's new power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
On his Fox News show on Monday, Tucker Carlson stood by his comments last week that triggered the Anti-Defamation League to call for his firing. Carlson repeated the segment from last Thursday, repeated it, and said that the Anti-Defamation League was an endorsement of the white replacement theory, or the conspiracy theory that elites are trying to replace white people with immigrants. Well, in your case, Tucker, I think that if we could replace you with any immigrant, I don't care where they're from, I would replace you with any number of people.
This is frightening. This is directly, the wording is specifically, directly from white supremacist writings.
Go back and watch. It was a few weeks ago. John Oliver did a whole 20 minutes on Tucker Carlson and how much white nationalist propaganda he puts out on his show. Mm-hmm. This is not an isolated incident. This is a constant.
Well, he's not getting fired. Lachlan Murdoch, one of the, I guess he and his brother run Fox now. Fox News said, nope, we're standing by Tucker Carlson. He's not losing his job. Watch Tucker Carlson when he's interviewing somebody and he's listening. He really looks like he has to poop.
I mean, this face.
Yeah, it's like he's just really got to poop really bad, and he's just waiting for a moment to get it.
This guy is a white nationalist. He's given a microphone and is just spewing this crap to disaffected people, and it's making this whole white nationalist problem we have in this country worse.
It's mean and dangerous.
Yes.
The death of Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth's husband of more than 73 years, is now sharpening the spotlight on their eldest son, Prince Charles, who is increasingly tasked with managing the House of Windsor's complex private affairs, as well as matters of state. No person has waited so long to rule the British realm as has Charles. Mm-hmm. He is 72 years old, known as the Prince of Wales. He is the longest ever serving heir to the British throne. And while both he and his father have played a supporting role to Queen Elizabeth for decades, they have taken differing approaches. His father, who just died, was straight-talking, former naval officer, made a virtue of steadfastly deferring to his wife while helping steer family matters behind the scenes. And whatever you thought of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, he was steadfast. He was iconoclastic. For instance, they have chauffeured cars wherever they go. He would always make the chauffeur ride in the back seat, and he drove. When they go to the airport to fly and they have luggage, he carries his own luggage. These are his ways. Those were his ways of, asserting his independence. And I'm just a regular guy. Damn it. I just happen to be married to the Queen of England. But Prince Charles has been waiting there to be the king for all this time. It's a stunt now.
Yeah, but he won't be. Prince Charles is not beloved. The Queen is beloved. When he's king, people are going to be like,
Which is why I'm guessing his mother hasn't stepped aside. Because she could have done it at any time. She could have said,
there's a possibility that she skips him and gives it straight to William. People would love that.
She can't do that. She
She's
can't
a queen. She can do whatever she wants.
No, she can't. She can't.
I don't know enough about it to be able to say.
She can't do it. The guy with the book of peerage would come running in and go, no, 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 no. You may not. This is the direct line. He's the heir to the throne. Unless he abdicates, you cannot do that. Let's see. So, Gina, you had a baby or two.
I've had 3, actually.
Yeah. It says here in this story, women who are stressed out before pregnancy are nearly twice as likely to have a girl.
So, stressed out before you get pregnant.
Researchers aren't quite sure why, but one theory is that high concentrations of stress hormone cortisol have a knock-on effect on sex other hormones, which influence the child's sex. Another possibility is that sperm carrying the X chromosome, which determines the child will be a girl, are less affected by problems with cervical mucus caused by stress.
Well, I don't know the state of that, but I had 1 girl and 2 boys. So.
Were you particularly stressed out before having your girl?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know.
Or maybe it's just a coincidence.
Or maybe.
Or maybe, yeah.
But that's not science, Carrie.
I don't think this is either, but anyway.
By the way, John Boehner says that Donald Trump is unemployed and he doesn't have anything else to do.
Well, then why'd you vote for him?
Listen, I'd had a glass of Merlot.
Listen, John, here's the thing. You're out pushing your book, and you're making us all laugh by calling Ted Cruz names, but the fact of the matter is that you enabled Trump. So
you're part of the problem.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, but, you know, I didn't really realize what was going to happen there.
We all realized what was going to happen. Yeah. I knew what was going to happen. Sitting here. You know.
Well, listen, but you haven't had as many glasses of Merlot as I have. The president abused his loyalty and the trust of the voters. Like me, we perpetuated his noise. And he did some of the saddest things I've ever seen in my 40 years in politics.
Yeah, and you made it possible by voting for him twice.
Well, it's not like my vote was the one that pushed it over, Jackson.
You voted for him the second time when you knew how dangerous he was.
My vote did not push that. He would have.
Like I said, just because you're going on Colbert and making people laugh doesn't get you a pass.
Listen, maybe you'd mellow out your damn life. You'd have a glass of Merlot or two.
He's also a medicinal pot farmer.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That was my own crop.
That was one of the reasons one of the many reasons that he quit politics.
I call it Boehner's bomb.
Yes.
I'm half tempted, really, to buy and listen to the audio book of his memoir.
Don't buy it. Find it online for free.
Don't give him money.
Don't give him any of your money.
Apparently, he does all the recording with a glass of Merlot in his hand.
Yes.
And he has the tendency to stray from the script from time to time. I write this crap. Did I do? Let's see quickly. Salt Lake County, 2 Salt Lake County sheriff's deputies were shot over the weekend. It was a drive-by shooting. They were standing out in front of the jail complex, I think. Deputy Josh and Deputy Leland Grossel both shot while approaching a man near the parking lot of the station. Burke was shot in the cheek. He was released from the hospital on Saturday. Grossett was shot in the eye, which he lost ultimately.
Yeah.
He's in stable condition. I think they've released him from the hospital now. It could have been much worse than it was. Dozens of deputies and first responders lined up outside the Intermountain Medical Center in Murray, saluting Grossett as he was released. Burke escorted him from the door, and Rosie Rivera added that Mr. Grossett was able to stand up in his wheelchair and walk away from the hospital. The suspect was 31-year-old Joshua Michael Johnson, and was shot and killed after drawing a handgun and shooting at the deputies on Saturday morning. And one final story. How about this one? The Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yes.
For 43 years has played every Saturday night at Portland's Clinton Street Theater.
Every Saturday night
Yep.
for 43 years.
The pandemic forced it's even better than that.
Oh.
The pandemic forced the theater to shut their doors, but they still played the movie for 54 weeks to an almost entirely empty house. Running the projector and occasionally accompanied by a friend was Nathan Williams, the host of the theater's regular Rocky Horror showings on Saturday night. I watched it alone. I watched it during a snowstorm. I was in a position to keep the flame burning. So he's the projectionist. He said, I just ran it every Saturday night anyway.
Just so they can say they never stopped?
Yeah, I think that's pretty amazing. The Clinton Street Theater is now reopened at limited capacity, and some few people are there to do the time warp again.
Yes.
Stood still, but he told us where we stand.
Anyway, all right.
A toast!
Sports weather traffic.
Former Major League Soccer veteran, Real Salt Lake star, and U.S. men's national team member Kyle Beckerman has been named the new head coach of the Utah Valley University men's soccer program, the school announced on Monday.
Really?
Beckerman becomes the second head coach in the program's short history, which will begin its 8th season of competition this fall. So Kyle Beckerman staying around, loves being in Utah and raising a family here, and now he's got himself a new job.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The Jazz lost last night to the Washington Wizards, 125-121. They play tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder will be in town, and that game is at 7 o'clock. Weather, well, you've heard it, the wind howling outside your house. That's going to calm down a little bit by noon, but then it ramps up again tonight. We had Franken weather, Brett Benson on earlier talking about could see wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour, particularly Centerville, Farmington, Ogden, and parts north there. And then a storm's coming in on the backside of that. Could see some showers, maybe even snow involved in some of that. High of 62. Traffic, we have a crash northbound US 89 just after SR 193 in Layton. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is having to use the median or the shoulder of the road to get by on that one. Crash eastbound I-80, milepost 102. This is in Tooele County, just east of SR 201. It is off to the left shoulder. And what do you see? You can text it to us if you see something. 33986. Injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. He deserves another shot at boner fame. He was a boner nominee yesterday, did not win boner of the day. A Wellington City employee accusing the former chief of police of sexual misconduct said she's lived a nightmare. On Friday, Roy Bradley was fired for sexual harassment and retaliation against 3 women. Fox is not naming the women because she's an alleged victim, but in a video, she said she hit a breaking point after 2 inappropriate encounters were captured by security cameras. I watched one of them today, this morning before I was doing the news. The video, captured in December, appears to show former Wellington Police Chief Roy Bradley making an obscene gesture toward her. Moments later, it shows him wrapping his arms around her face and neck in a headlock.
What a weirdo.
It was Chief of Police. I was scared. I didn't know how to respond, the woman said. Later that same morning, video from another camera showed the woman walking past Bradley, holding a notepad. The former police chief appears to wind up before hitting her on the butt with it.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't know what to do. I just looked at him and said, "You can't do that to me. That's sexual harassment. Don't ever touch me again." I don't know. I mean, I didn't see the butt slapping one, but I sure saw the other one. I'm just going, what the? Boner candidate number 3, he deserves another shot at boner fame.
All right, so let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, what else was he to do? A Domino's customer threatening to shoot up the place and throwing pizza slices at workers because he couldn't get his toppings on the side. Boner candidate number 2, bored. What, was the TV broken? Were there no YouTube influencers to watch? 4 teenage girls setting a vacant house on fire, they said, because we're bored. And boner candidate number 3, he deserves another shot at boner fame.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So pick your champion from this, round 2, to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go to x96.com looking for the box that says Boner Voting April 13, 2021. Click on that and vote there on the website. So, get your votes in. This is round 2. You have until the end of these messages to get your vote in. Here we go.
All of the Beat Gina topics have been specifically chosen for their relevance and entertainment value, and all of the answers have been thoroughly vetted and researched, and anyone who says different is itching for a fight. And now, let's welcome the host of Beat Gina. He's the sharp-witted and fashion-forward man of the hour, the one and only, because they broke the mold when they made him, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry Jackson.
Thanks for coming up out of the basement to keep score with us.
You're welcome.
Every Thursday.
My pleasure.
All right, let's. We do have a full phone bank, but during the break we talked about who we're going to pick to be a contestant, and Gina has decided that Hank is going to be the contestant. Thanks for the other 2 people who called. We appreciate it. Hank said that if Gina beats him, that he will go to Squatters, just a block away from us. Moochies. Oh, was it Moochies? I thought it was Squatters.
Moochies, meatballs, and more.
Several locations of Moochies. Yes.
Several locations of Moochies, meatballs, and more.
All right. Well, thank you, Hank. All right, Hank. The movie is Hocus Pocus. That's the trivia topic. And how we determine who goes first is a simple coin toss. So I would like you to tell me heads or tails, and I'll use the coin toss app to determine it.
Let's go heads.
Heads? All right, let's see what happens. All right, coin toss app says heads. You go first.
Oh, man.
That gives you an advantage in the game, Hank. Here's how it works. Your question goes first. You get a chance to answer it exclusively with no interference. If you get it right, you get the point. If you get it wrong, Gina gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll go back and forth until we have somebody with 3 points. That will be the winner of the game. All right, here we go. Hank, here's your question.
The excitement is so thick you can cut it with a spoon.
Hank, what was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? What was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? Was it A, a chocolate coating? The chocolate coating makes it go down easier. B, eyes of newt. C, a bit thine own tongue. Or the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion, D, open the schools. Masks or muzzles. Do your research, sheeple.
Let's go B.
B, eyes of newt. Incorrect, Gina.
C.
C, a bit thine own tongue. There you go.
Well, the score is 1-0 for Gina, and Gina controls the question. A chance to sort of really command the game with this one.
All right, let's pick a good one here for Gina. All right, here we go. What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? Was it A, a single-engine Piper Cub powered by a tremendous sense of self-satisfaction? B, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum? C, a Swiffer sweeper, a Swiffer wet jet, and a Swiffer duster? Product placement is key. Or D, took a cab?
That'd be B.
Oh, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum. Very good.
All right, it's 2-0 for Gina. Hank now controls the question. Hank has a chance to get back into the game with this one.
All right, Hank, let's go here. What was the name of the high school that Max and Allison attends? What was the name of the high school? Was it A, Rydell High School, B, Halloween Town High, C, East High, or D, Jacob Bailey High School?
Oh, man. Let's go B.
B, Halloween Town High?
Yeah.
That is incorrect, Gina.
Well, it's not Rydell, of course. That's the Grease High School. Everybody knows that. Is it D?
D, Jacob Bailey High School is correct, and by golly.
Well, it was a sweep. I'm
Good
sorry,
job, Gina.
Hank. Sorry, Hank. You screwed the pooch, as they say.
Yeah, my bad.
Zero points.
You guys are the best.
Oh, Hank, you're going to go to Moochie's, right, and get some lunch? Get some
yes.
meatballs or more?
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, I'm telling you. Delicious.
I'll try
If you're
those.
going to do that, Hank,
They're
why don't we...
questionable, but now I'll try them.
Why don't we give you a tote bag so you have something to carry all your meatballs in? How about that?
Well, no, he's going to...
Thank you, Gina.
Gina, he's going to go before he'll ever be able to get the tote bag, I hope.
Well, there will be meatballs in the future that need to be
that's
toted.
It's
Thank you, guys.
It's often cloudy with a chance of meatballs. All right, I'm gone. Goodbye, Hank. Nice hearing your voice, Hank.
Thank you,
and
Hank.
Hang on the line, Hank, and I'm going to go away now.
We'll get you on hold, and you can. We'll get your information for the tote bag. All right, 8:47. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Chicken Sandwich.
And enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium. Now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org. Enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Boner candidate number 1 was, well, what else was he to do? They won't put the toppings for my pizza on the side. I'll throw pizza slices at the workers there and threaten to shoot the place up.
No other recourse.
Nope.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 2, bored, huh? Was there a TV broken? Were there no YouTube influencers to watch? Because these 4 girls said that they set a house on fire because they were bored? There's no excuse for being bored these days with YouTube influencers
Only
around.
boring people get bored. That's what my mom always used to say.
I think I'm going to rethink this. And then boner candidate number 3, which was, I think he deserves another shot at boner fame, the Wellington, Utah police chief who got fired for his actions. He was nominated yesterday, didn't win, but he won this round.
Oh, good.
Boner candidate number 3.
That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll see. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide between round 1 and round 2's champions who is Boner of the Day. Is this a sponsored feature?
Well, it's brought to you by the Advocates, Carrie.
Okay.
What was that, a clown horn?
Well, then we better play this thing then, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Thank you.
It's Mark from the Advocates. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Mark, can you... I've never been really clear, because I've never utilized it, what workers' compensation, workers' comp is and for, and why is it there, for instance? Tell people what it is.
Sure. So workers' comp insurance is usually something that your employer pays for. So it's an insurance service for if you're injured on the job. So let's say, for instance, you were walking down the hallway of your office and you slip and fell and broke your ankle. The claim would be made through workers' comp insurance. So any of the doctor's bills, if you had to miss work because of the injury, any of that would be paid through workers' compensation insurance. And we have attorneys at our office that handle workers' compensation cases, which are where you were injured at work and workers' comp has been paying for your bills or paying for your lost wages, and there will come a point in some cases where they'll stop paying it. And in that instance, then you actually have a claim where you can make a claim against workers' compensation for not providing you with those benefits.
So you can say, I'm not better yet. I need more help. So
right. That's exactly right.
So workers' comp supersedes your private or your insurance that you get through your work anyway. So I get health insurance from my work, but if I'm injured on the job, workers' comp is the insurance that will take care of it, and that supersedes the your just personal insurance, right?
That's right. Yep, as long as your employer has workers' comp insurance, which I think they're required to have, then if you're injured while working, the claims are made through workers' compensation.
This is why they always ask you for certain questions when you go to the doctor. You've been injured. Was this injury incurred on the job? How did this injury happen? They want to know so that your other insurance company can go, we're not paying anything. That's workers' comp. Right?
Yep, someone else to point the finger at.
Yeah.
But, Bill, you don't have to worry about that if you get the advocates involved, because you just let them worry about all that. You just worry about getting better.
Okay, I'll do that.
That's right.
Well, I imagine that all the paperwork and everything is pretty complicated to try to get it.
Yeah, and the difficult thing is workers' comp it's a total separate entity as far as it doesn't go through the court system. They have their own system set up to where if you were to hire one of our attorneys, it goes through an administrative judge that would listen to the case and make the decision. So it's a tricky area that a lot of people can't navigate on their own. And workers' compensation cases are just like the personal injury cases that we take on, in the fact that you don't owe us any money up front. It's all done on a contingency fee basis, which means that we only get paid if we're able to get a settlement for you.
Well, that's so if you've been hurt on the job, what's the first thing? Okay, so I've been injured on the job. What is the very first thing I should do?
So usually the first thing that they'll do is your employer will usually tell you to go through workers' compensation, because they usually have their own clinics. So you'll usually go to WorkMed, which is a separate clinic as far as where you'd usually go, like if you were to go see your primary care doctor. So they'll usually direct you to a WorkMed clinic. And then same with a car accident. We would just advise to give the advocates a call, talk to our workers' compensation attorneys, and they can kind of direct you from there as far as what you should be doing, what you should be saying, and then ultimately if you would have a case.
So, but you should always ask. If you're hurt on the job, you should say to your employer, to your HR person, do we have workers' comp? Is that what I should be doing? Because they'll just ignore it, won't they, if they can?
I guess it probably just depends on the employer. Most of them, I think, if you were injured on the job, they would direct you to go through workers' compensation.
All right. And then other than that, make sure that you contact the advocates.
Well, I mean, if you don't, I mean, I would just, CYA. I mean, yeah, your company may have a really good HR department, but it doesn't hurt to get a second opinion from the advocates.
So 801-355-5550, that's the number where you call for the advocates. We've talked to them for a long time. We know what kind of stuff they do. I haven't ever had the good fortune to be hurt on the job.
Bill, it's not fortunate.
Hey, it might give you some time off, Bill.
Well, I just had some time off. I don't need any more right now, but I'm gonna make sure I have that in my back pocket, though, if I need it.
Right.
So, thanks a lot, Mark. Nice talking to you as usual.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good day, you guys.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to traffic, Gina, please.
It's a bad day for a Davis County driver. Several crashes reported in Bountiful, Fruit Heights, South Weber, all causing significant delays. I'm not sure if it's the wind that's contributing to that, but I'm sure it's not helping. Front bumper in traffic, I-15 southbound near Point of the Mountain. I don't know what kind of car it is, but if you're looking for a bumper, there's one there. Traffic is slow in the area, backed up to Bluffdale. Also crashed northbound US 89 just after SR 193 in Layton. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is using the right shoulder to get by the accident. And there are power outages happening up in Weber County. If you come upon a intersection where the light is out, just treat it as a four-way stop and be courteous to your other drivers out there. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with we got Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up. We'll see.
Tuesday
on the way.
Tunes submitted
Also
by Todd.
submitted by Todd, approved by Todd. Coming up, we also have boner fights to determine boner of the day. Sim Gil will also be here. Stand by for all of that. Now, are we to talk about Utah advocates here, or did we just do
we're good.
I think we're good. All right.
Yeah.
We'll take a break then. KXRK Provo. Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's the best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Of Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of
the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts. That was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was.
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Oh, well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make
Honest.
it perfectly clear.
Honest.
All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but I
do,
haven't.
but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana sauce?
You put that on your banana. He's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have. Should have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see. Ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
But it's red. Let's keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and spicy kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
ice
it
cream.
On,
that's fine.
Noodles.
Yeah, it's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and sounds good.
It's a product of the Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
What?
No pee breaks. Because
Thursday turns retard on X96. Fan from hell.
Where is he?
Well, kind of.
Todd, where? He's not here.
So
Todd is not here.
Todd is not here. He got his second shot, and he's not feeling the best.
That's all right. That means it's working, Todd. Be happy.
Exactly. So he asked
Get
me
in
to
there
cover.
and cook.
And you'll get ice cream.
Sure, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But he asked me to take over for him
Okay.
today. So we've got a new song by 21 Pilots for you. They have a new album coming out on May 21st called Scaled and Icy. And, well, they gave us a nice little single with a music video. So we have the new song called Shy Away.
Okay, 21 Pilots.
All right, so here it is. Tuesday Tunes without Todd. Band is 21 Pilots. The album is Scaled and Icy. The song is Shy Away, X96.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes, I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No, if I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fries. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake rock.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
There you go. Brand new 21 Pilots.
Yeah.
It's called Shy Away from the album Scaled and Icy.
Yes, comes out May 21st if you want to check it out. And they also have a immersive live performance to a broadcast worldwide happening. It's also on May 21st at 8 o'clock, and you can get tickets on their website.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Sounds very nice.
I'm sure they'll, when things are back to normal, will be coming through town to...
They always do.
Yeah. So there it is, 21 Pilots on Tuesday Tunes, minus Todd today.
It worked out just fine.
Turns with Todd on X96, Reverend from Hell.
Well,
Todd.
I missed Todd. I wish.
Well, but now he's going to get the ideas. Oh, it went fine without me. I can sleep in.
No, we need
Yeah.
Todd. It's nice to talk to
Todd doesn't sleep in even on the days that he could sleep in. Let's be honest here.
That's true. He's up at 6.
Who are we talking about again?
Todd Newcomb.
That Todd fella.
Never heard of
The
him.
one that puts music in the system.
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh.
No.
The kid from Chuckarama.
Not Chuckarama.
No, it was
Golden Corral.
Golden Corral. The kid from Golden Corral, the potato bar.
Oh, the potato bar kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who that is. I could go for a potato bar right about now.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
No bars. I can
No
go for no
bars.
bars.
Yeah, no.
There are no.
Well, I mean,
no
if things
self-serve with things laid out.
if
no.
things were the way they used to be.
You can make your own potato bar.
Yeah, we've done that.
I've done that. It's really much nicer to have someone do it for you.
Wow.
Because there's a lot of prep involved.
Beggars can't be choosers, Bill. Sorry.
And I like, so you go there, and instead of a salad, you see, you get a giant baked potato. And then you put all kinds of cheese sauce and vegetables and chili.
You get the chili, you get the sour cream, you get the chowder. I can't believe you're not. You get the roll.
The drink and the dessert. I can't believe you're not eating it. Ponderosa.
It's not around anymore.
No.
All right. Well, we'll take a break, and we'll be back with big boy news and boner fights and all of that on the way. Stand by. Coming up after these messages. Strong Volkswagen.
Ooh, yeah. They're still around. I remember Strong Volkswagen. Up in Ogden, there was a Strong dealership up in Ogden. I moved everything, I think pretty much everything to Salt Lake, but Strong VW, that's where you went to buy a Volkswagen. That's where you should still go to buy your new Volkswagen. Strong VW, they have a huge selection of new and pre-owned Volkswagens, and all of them come with a lifetime warranty. Make sure you ask about that. You can go into the dealership at 1070 South Main Street if you like, and look at the cars there. But, it's just as easy to shop online, perhaps. Well, it's easier to shop online at strongvw.com. Yes, strongvw.com. Find the car you want, unlock stronger pricing by submitting your info, and you'll get a great car and have a great experience. So please tell them Bill Allred sent you. Go to strongvw.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, Chainsaw Guy.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Oh, thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now,
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
yeah. Well, it's a. I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
it adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line. Tim, Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going to say, and I don't think it is. I thought it's sorry. I don't think I know something. I got this in a June, and then mother and daughter, and you take those around that you assemble the program. A lot of notes editor and a carry-on talk, and I take the person over, and I say the and end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine.
I'll get rid of a hook of armor.
I don't blame you. Catherine,
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, I can do first to the Lord. If you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the refrigerator. And then the second on the line, piece by piece, all the way, and then you turn, and then I turn it down a little bit, and then, you just slide them, and then you hang out for them, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your... tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, Catherine, Brittany, whatever you're going to do, I think I know. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you're going to hit it. You really have a girlfriend. So what you're going to do is tell about it, what you think about it, and then you go home, and then I think there's no more time to marry. And then if you think of the word, and then you want to do, and then I think the color is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
Here he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
I'm glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Hey, 9:18 right now, and we do have Sim Gil calling in our next break. We've got a boner fight to determine who is boner of the day coming up here after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
They want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Thank you.
A police officer in Austria has been sentenced to a conditional prison sentence of 10 months after he shared a photo of a dish of food supposedly favored by Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler. The man, who has not been named in media reports, is a police officer in the Austrian state of Burgenland. He was found guilty of violating the Verbotsgraf 1947, otherwise known as the Prohibition Act of 1947, which aims to suppress a revival of Nazism in the country. It is alleged that the officer shared a photo of Hitler's favorite meal on April 20th, the dictator's birthday last year.
See?
Hitler was originally from Austria before he migrated to Germany. Lunch today: egg, dumplings, with green salad. The man wrote on Facebook.
That was his favorite meal?
Along with a photo of the dish. The dish is called Einernackert mit grünen Salat in German. Yeah, it's such a romantic language.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of love poetry coming out of German.
It is often referred to as gnocchi in English. He is widely understood. It is widely understood that Hitler was a vegetarian by the time he came to power in Germany.
The Führer was a terrific dancer.
So on Adolf Hitler's birthday, he posted a picture of his favorite lunch.
His favorite
meal. It's a very subtle, but I'm glad they're so on it in Germany that they caught it and went, nope.
Nope, this is
out.
about a hate crime, pal, so no. Nope, can't do it.
They told lies! But nobody ever said a bad word about Winston Churchill, did they? No, when we're swimming! Churchill!
I did not know Hitler was a Nazi. I did not know. Yeah, and speaking of food, the Masters. Now, sporting events are not generally known for their great deals on food. I mean, you go to the ballpark, you're going to pay a lot of money for
an average
they make
hot
their
dog.
money.
Well, and sometimes you'll get really great food, but it's not cheap. But at the Masters, you can get a pimento cheese sandwich for $1.50. It's kind of a tradition. And in a recent article in the New York Times, dubbed the Amen Corner concession stand at Augusta National Golf Club, one of the great bargains in sports, it says, is this pimento cheese sandwich that you can get at the Masters for $1.50. And it is apparently delicious. A new article by Luke Fater at Atlas Obscura explores an unexpected scandal involving the cheese sandwich in question.
A scandal at Augusta?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a pimento cheese scandal? Yes, because they had always used the pimento cheese recipe developed by Nick Rangos. The cheese available in Rango's South Carolina establishment, Woodruff Drug, was so highly regarded that the Masters came calling, hiring Mr. Rangos way back in the 1960s to make the pimento cheese and make the pimento cheese sandwiches.
Okay.
45 years he did that. But the relationship came to an end, and the Masters opted to go with another vendor.
It's just not the same, right?
And they didn't tell anybody either. They didn't say anything about it.
Oh, they knew.
They
could
went
tell.
to Ted Godfrey. And Ted Godfrey's pimento cheese sandwich, Gina's right.
They
Just not the same pimento cheese sandwich.
They took a bite of it and they went, Godfrey.
Good Godfrey.
No, not good Godfrey.
No?
It's just
No.
Godfrey. That's why I didn't say good. Godfrey.
So the people were all upset about that.
They were more upset about that, other than, they weren't upset about the fact that women couldn't play there until 1990.
Oh, there we go again. A man
I'm just
suffered-
sick of this romanticizing Augusta. I'm just, it was born on racism and sexism and still is.
Interesting, on this date, and I forget what year, it was on this date, I just saw it earlier, Tiger Woods won the Masters at Augusta, and he was the first black person to win at Augusta, to win the Masters and at Augusta. 70-something, 80s, I don't know.
No, not 70.
A man suffered critical injuries Monday night in a flying accident near the Great Salt Lake. He crashed his ultralight aircraft. The accident happened near the Great Salt Air, and apparently he crashed into the parking lot. Hope he didn't hurt the camel.
Huh?
You remember they used to have a camel there in the parking lot in front of the Salt Air. They had a camel.
How do I not know they had a camel?
I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
they had it on when we were doing concerts there.
Really?
Yeah.
I must not have been paying attention. I didn't.
Now, I don't know if they ever had it out when their concerts, but I know there was a place there, and you could, and I think you could pay some amount of money and ride the camel in this little area at the Great Salt Air. Look up camel rides at the Great Salt Air.
I just did. There is.
It's not coming up?
Maybe this is a dream you had.
Well, no. Try the Urban Dictionary then. Camel rides at the.
Nope, I'm not going to do. Oh, and by the way, Tiger Woods, not in the 70s or the 80s. It was 1997 when he won his first Masters.
Okay. I don't know. It seems like he's been around forever. Boogaloo extremists.
Oh, wait. Before you get to that story, I have been corrected. At Augusta, there were no black members until 1990, no women members till 2012. Okay.
Well, at least they had their priorities.
All right. God. Boogaloo Boys, you were saying.
Yes. 4 members of the right-wing group linked to the Boogaloo movement have been charged with conspiring to destroy evidence related to the fatal shooting of a federal Protective Service officer and the wounding of another in Oakland, California last May. A federal grand jury indictment said members of the Northern California-based Grizzly Scouts, I didn't know they were,
were they training them young to be?
These are sort of branches, I believe, of Boogaloo Boys. The Grizzly Scouts tried to cover for one of their own after he allegedly gunned down the officers, deleting chat histories that included a message reading, "Dudes, I off the Fed."
Oh, well.
Jesse Alexander Rush, Robert Jesus Blancas, and Simon Sage Ybarra, Kenny Matthew Milsk are all accused of conspiracy to destroy records and destruction of records in official proceedings. Rush faces an additional account of obstruction of official proceeding, trying to cover it all up. And Hawaii is bidding to allow some nurses to perform abortions.
Oh.
Hawaii law previously said only physicians could perform early in-clinic abortions, but because of a doctor shortage, several smaller islands lack abortion providers, which forces residents of those islands to fly to Honolulu if they need the procedure. This act will enable people who desperately need reproductive health care services to receive health care from very highly qualified health care providers. Now, you know that people who are opposing abortions are going, there goes. I'm telling you, this happens rarely. How many abortions do you think are going to be performed by a nurse on a small island in Hawaii? Not many, I don't think.
Plus, it also shows it's not as dangerous a procedure as you've been led to believe. It's not that dangerous.
Well, early on.
Early on, that's certainly true. Yeah. And let's see. So do you have you ever seen these rabbits that are called they're Belgian? It's the Belgian rabbit.
They're huge.
Enormous.
Yeah.
A former Playboy model and famed bunny breeder is offering the equivalent of $1,300 for the return of her world record-holding bunny, which was stolen from its Worcestershire home over the weekend. It's a very sad day. Guinness World Records Darius has been stolen from his home. 4 feet 4 inches long. 10-year-old, this breed is a continental rabbit, holds the Guinness World Record as the world's longest rabbit. Not largest, longest.
Stretch them out.
Yeah, they kind of do. 4 feet 4 inches long. All right, that's it.
That's as big as some of your kids.
Okay.
It's Boner Fight. with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round one. Luckily, I write these things down because I don't remember the boner from 7 o'clock hour. But the winner was, how many times will these things happen before the world gets a clue? This is a group of students at a North Texas middle school disciplined for having a slave auction, which featured some of their black classmates, and not in a kind way either.
Yeah.
They weren't being pals about it.
Nope.
Going up against the winner of round two, he deserves another shot at boner fame. There's video showing the harassment by now fired Wellington Utah Police Chief. And one of the videos that I watched, it showed him putting this woman who works there in a headlock, making an obscene gesture at her and then putting her in a headlock. He's crazy.
Yep.
Boner candidate number two.
There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win boner of the day. 1 or 2. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online. Look for the box at x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight April 13, 2021, and vote there. You may have to refresh your browser to see that box appear because we just put it up. Either way, you have until the end of these messages to do it, whichever way you choose. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
I discovered something really soothing over the weekend. Gina, if you watch this, I guarantee you will find yourself calmed. Now, I think we maybe have played a little bit of this on the radio before, but I'd kind of heard of it. But HBO Max now has 2 seasons of Joe Pera Talks to You.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did play.
Did we play a little bit of that one time?
Yeah. From Adult Swim.
Yeah, it was on Adult Swim, and now they've put both seasons over on HBO Max. They're short, like 11-minute episodes, and it is extremely funny, but it's sweet and calming. And so I've been looking up stuff about Joe Pera a little bit. He does stand up, and he does stand up in the same way as he does this show. But he plays this character, although that's his real name, who lives in a little town in Michigan, I think, by the shores of one of the Great Lakes there. And he I don't know, what does it remind you of? Have you watched them, Carrie? Have you watched them, or just...
Oh, it's just, it was the one that I brought to the show was Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera. And it was just a bunch of stock footage of, like, drone shots flying over trees, in the woods. Oh, here's stock footage of a bear catching a salmon. You know, and he would just narrate these things, and he would talk about how he's here to help you relax and calm down with this relaxing old footage.
So at the end of one of the episodes I watched, he said, well, I hope you enjoyed all of that, and now I'm going to do a treat here, a treat that we do in our town. It's called a warm apple. Would you like a warm apple? You got some there?
No, he's but the show you're talking about is his series. He does has a TV series.
Perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also,
now,
she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
Now, there's footage of a drone, drone footage flying over fall foliage.
So it doesn't have anything to do with Austin Powers.
Nothing to do with Austin Powers, just him talking.
There's an episode where he carves a jack-o'-lantern.
But instead of going down that path,
and then he says, it says sometimes a jack-o'-lantern represents your soul. So I always want to give my jack-o'-lantern a warm send-off when it's time for him to go. And so he puts the jack-o'-lantern in the back of the car, and he keeps looking at it in the rear view mirror. And I think it's got a seatbelt on. He says, so I want to give him a good send-off. And I take him up to the falls. You know, there are 400 waterfalls in this area, so I want to find a good one to let him go.
March of 2011.
It's just
$7, or I would say it's still a good value.
This one is called Pancake Breakfast Critic.
Yeah,
with Joe Pera.
This is good.
So where he
Not only do they have pancakes, but also French toast, sausage, and eggs cooked any way you'd like by Delby on the egg station.
He's the original bucket brigade guy. That's Delby.
After Dave was finished busting balls, I asked him a question that was weighing on my mind.
What can't you put in a pancake? Oh, we can put anything in a pancake. What do you have in mind?
Chocolate chips.
We could do that.
Wow.
Wow,
he's
you can
this
put
young
chocolate
guy.
chips in them, yeah.
He's this young guy with with glasses, and I'm going to talk to you today about these two minerals, iron and
Now,
copper.
the moment I've been waiting for all morning.
Meals on Wheels.
They put the sausage in the pancake for me. I guess it pays to have friends in the kitchen.
It pays to have friends in the kitchen who will put the sausage in the pancake
That
for
does
you.
sound delicious.
Yes.
If you watch these, you will be soothed and calmed. He's so gentle and sweet, and just there's something wrong with him. And when he does, it reminds me of Andy Kaufman as well, because I saw him being interviewed by Stephen Colbert on his show, and he just stayed the same way. He played that Joe Pera character well.
Did you watch the one with his grandmother?
No, I don't think so.
Look for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them all. I watched about 3 of them. They're just
This is
wonderful.
what you do every night before you go to bed now, is watch Joe
God, they're
Pera.
just. I'm not. Gina, do me a favor. Just watch one
Okay.
today and tell me that you just start with the very first one. It's where he's sitting at home, and all of a sudden some people are knocking at his door, and he goes, I better go see who that is. And he goes and opens the door, and these people, this family, just bursts in. He says, yeah, we'd like to buy your house. He says, I don't think my house is for sale. And then he looks outside, and there's a for sale sign out in front of his house.
Wow.
And he goes, oh, gosh darn it, some kids must have put that sign there. And then he says, but I don't want to disappoint this nice family, so I'll let them look around. It's just charming and great. He's just great.
Go to your HBO Max and look up Joe Pera.
I do have the HBO Max, so I can do that.
You will find it. Okay, 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by totally by, well then, a Philly cheesesteak and a piece of a chicken sandwich. We had Boner candidate number 1. How many times does this have to happen before the world gets a clue? Students at North Texas School disciplined for having a slave trade auction online. Going against number 2, he deserves another shot at being a boner candidate. The now fired police chief of Wellington, Utah, who very clearly in some video, security video, very clearly sexually harassing an employee there.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway. And the winner, he still couldn't win.
Really?
Because number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour, the slave trade auction.
I guess that
really is.
All right, there you go. That's the boner of the day for today, Tuesday, April.
District Attorney Sim Gil. Good morning, Mr. Gill.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Listen, let's talk something about not specifically what's going on here, but what's going on elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
This whole Derek Chauvin thing in Minneapolis, the trial that's going on there now. Have you been paying pretty close attention to that, Sim?
Yeah, I've been following it, to the extent that I can, like everybody else, I think, around the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fascinating trial. It's a very important trial for a lot of reasons.
As you've seen the evidence, let's talk about how it relates to Salt Lake City policing and Utah policing. What you saw go on there with the Minneapolis police officer, Mr. Chauvin, and how the suspect, George Floyd, was dealt with. Could that possibly have happened here?
One would hope not, but, unfortunately, it really depends on how those officers and what is the culture of that police department and how they are trained. And, we can have policies in place, but if you don't reiterate and make it a priority to say how you're going to interact with the community, when are you going to stop using that force, and make it a culture to intervene within that. Unfortunately, you see this around the country far too often.
Who's responsible? Is it the police chief? I suppose it's the police chief who is responsible for saying, these are the training procedures we will follow, and we will renew your familiarity with them. And if there's any deviance, then you're out. Is that who does it?
Well, I think the culture is set from the leadership of the mayors who appoint chiefs, the chiefs who are there, their command staff and executive staff, and also reiterating that culture at the granular level with each officer, that you create a culture where officers can openly be critical when other folks are not following that and make that as a criteria and a value. So there's a culture issue that is always a challenge, but there's also the individual conduct of an officer. And so those two things are symbiotically connected. And, what's been fascinating about this trial, which is unique, is to see leadership down to every officer in leadership come up and say, this is not who we are. This is outside of the protocol. And the erosion of that blue wall of silence has been the most fascinating thing to observe in this trial thus far, because that does not typically happen. And hopefully we're seeing a shift both in that department and nationally about the responsibility of leadership and what they have to do when officers do not meet the criteria and the ideals.
Yeah.
With we have another shooting that we're talking about now in Minnesota, Dante Wright, and it started with a traffic stop. And in conjunction with this story, I've heard some people talking about having a separate force for traffic management and not. What do you think about that?
I think that's a really great thing to explore, because what was just a misdemeanor or infraction violation of a registration then escalated to this situation. And I think we do ask officers to do everything for us. And I think having a civilian model that is a civil violation, like parking tickets is where traffic enforcement is, rather than a criminal enforcement, I think is something really worthy of exploration. And let's focus those resources of law enforcement on actual crime and responding to that violent crime, rather than being first responders for mental health issues, filling the gap of social services deficits, and then being traffic enforcers. And the other thing that is important also is the proliferation of guns. Nobody wants to talk about it, but every police officer agency has always said that we need reasonable gun control because the proliferation of guns out there puts officers at risk as well. And
yeah,
I
that's
think
interesting.
it.
Most police chiefs, for instance, will tell you, no, I think we do have to control guns in some way because it's dangerous to for the public, but it's dangerous to my officers for so many guns to be out there.
Absolutely. Across the board, all political affiliations in the high 70s and 80s, across the board, Americans want reasonable gun reform, and the proliferation of guns in this country put officers at risk and put those encounters at risk. And that's not to ban it, the Second Amendment, but to have reasonable ones so officers don't feel that's a heightened sense of danger because of those proliferation of guns.
All right, Sim, nice talking with you, District Attorney, Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gil. Thanks a lot for being with us. We'll talk to you again soon.
Great. Thank you.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back to crawl towards the exits after these X96.
Greetings, children. This is your old friend, the Gravedigger. Today I have a frightening little yarn that has all the ingredients needed to make you shudder. Sex, violence, lawyers, and 3 exploding human heads. This tale is called There She Blows, and we'll take you now to the law offices of Parker, Jameson, and Osborne, attorneys at law.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Osborne.
Parker, your fly is undone.
Oh? Oh, so it is. I was just having sex with my secretary.
But, Mr. Parker, that is so wrong. You're a married man.
I'm aware of that, Osborne, and I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm going back in for seconds.
Parker, your head is getting bigger. Oh, my God! Look at all the blood!
What's all the racket in here?
Parker's head just exploded.
Good Lord, what a mess. Hey, what's Parker clutching in his still twitching hand?
That's the Bonneville specific file. He's been working overtime to make the board of directors look better in court. I believe he just finished it. Jameson, what are you doing?
Erasing Parker's name and putting mine on it. I'll take all the credit now that he's dead.
Now Jameson's head has exploded too. I'd better call for help. But first, I'm going to go through their wallets and steal all the money. They're not going to need it, and no one will ever know.
Those 3 really know how to get ahead, eh? Their law firm tried to expand too rapidly and suddenly went bust. Well, in case you hadn't figured out the moral of the story, it's if you're a lawyer and you do something bad, your head will explode. This is the old Gravedigger inviting you to join me next time when our story will be called Chop Chop, Who's There? On Tales from the Grave.
9:53.
You know,
what's that?
We have this person who interacts with us on Twitter. He interacts with all three of us. He calls himself the All-Knowing Suit, and he says he is a radio consultant. Now, he calls himself the All-Knowing Suit because we have always referred to, or often referred to, and we're not the only ones, but it's commonly known, consultants or people in management are referred to as the suits. Mm-hmm. So he's the all-knowing suit, a radio consultant, and he follows us very closely. We don't know who he is, and
People
it's kind of creepy sometimes.
When we say we don't know who he is, people don't believe us, but it's the truth.
It's kind of creepy sometimes, though, because I just noticed a tweet that he did in response to, we were talking an hour ago or so about, there was a story about women who suffered a lot of anxiety in the months before they were pregnant, almost always gave birth to girls. and we were talking about Gina, and she's had a baby of the female persuasion, and so we were talking about that pregnancy and whether, and we came to no conclusion. But the all-knowing suit says, Jonesy was born in a contract year, so.
So that's stressful.
So there was a lot of stress going on. But how? We didn't remember. The woman who bore her didn't remember that fact.
I remember that.
But he remembers it.
I don't want to know who he is. It's better to not know.
I guess. Sometimes he's so spot on. I go, what?
I know.
How the hell do you what?
I don't. If you guys ever find out who it is, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Well, and I'll be the buzzkill. It seems like we're always in contract years, though.
Yeah.
The way that we talk.
Yeah.
The way that we talk.
Yeah.
It's like we're constantly in danger.
Yeah.
Now, the truth is that our contract is up in June?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know, actually.
It is true. Our contract ends in June, but the suits have an opportunity. There's a clause there that says they can sign a 1-year extension without, they could just do it.
I wish you hadn't told me that. I didn't know. I really didn't know. I was just going to pretend it was just going to go on forever, and then they'd lay me in the ground.
Ever.
Just lay me wrap me up in burial clothes and lay me in the ground. Yeah, it's very odd that he knows. I mean, here's another one from earlier in the show. Here we are in what was formerly known as Radio from Hell all-day show season. 411.
Mm-hmm.
It's so sad. How about this idea for a possible replacement? Regular 4-hour show, but it's all farting around. Huh? 6 to 10 a.m. Nothing but farting around. Everybody's favorite segment.
I forgot. This is the time of year we used to do the all-day show.
Like right around 411, almost always. We did it for... we couldn't remember. Now, he'll know exactly. But we did it for more years in a row than we think we did. I mean, we did a bunch of shows where we would broadcast from 6 a.m. to 7 or 8 p.m. So it wasn't really an all-day show, but it was...
It was pretty much all day.
All day. Not, it wasn't a 24 hours. It was all day.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who he is, but jeez. And then I'll read the workman's comp one, too, because it was just funny. We were talking about workman's comp with the guy from the Advocates, Mark. And here's the all-knowing suit. Our consultant, who we have no idea who he is. Bill, I heard from a reliable source that you tried to get your back surgery covered by workman's comp insurance by claiming that you'd carried Gina on your back all of these years. I hope that isn't true, Bill. You're better than that. He's on one today, the all-knowing suit.
Yes, he is. All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, you made it through another morning. You can make it through another one. Wednesday morning will be even better with the Radio from Hell show.
Yeah. We know there's always something that must go from your life, and you're always complaining about it. So send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com, and maybe, just maybe, we'll help at 6:45 with things that must go.
And at 7:45, Dr. Cobble joins us to rescue you from your crazy uncle on Facebook and truthfully answer your COVID and vaccine questions.
So make sure that you have your questions ready when you call in for Dr. Cobble's help.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Katie always begins these promos. She writes them. It's always like she writes them from the point of view of this being a chore for the listener.
You made it.
It's my obligation to start listening on Monday and hopefully make it to the end of the week listening to these morons.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
If you want to write a promo every day of the week, please feel free.
What do you think my answer to that is?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, we're good. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You know, that bobcat, he didn't have any teeth, and he was really friendly.
Corey is next.